myself, Dan Spring, the chair, Carolyn Howell, Ann Aiken, Paul Simon, Dan Smith, and Mike Anderson. Seated as alternates, Brett Mastriani and Sarah Nelson. Good evening, everyone. I hope that we can get to some endpoints tonight. We had a lot of deliberation a week ago, and see if we can move this forward this evening. So again, thank you for being in attendance. Next on the agenda would be public comments. Is there any?
Okay, I have a hand up. Phone number ending in 3754. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, this is Sean Murphy. I guess I overheard in the last meeting talk of trying to get to a 28.5 mil, which is a little disturbing to me in that would equate to a 3.6% increase in our taxes. And the last couple of years, I have given you what I would consider as an acceptable increase. And for this year, that number to me would not exceed 28 mil. Even then, I think that's a little on the high side. I think when you look at the mill rate before you establish the mill rate, you should look at when you calculate the old mill rate, you're actually looking at, you're looking at the average of the change in the grand list, or the change in the grand list. I think you should be looking at when you look at all the properties in the grand list, I think you should be looking at not the mean or the average, you should be looking at the median value, because there's a very large range between larger homes that went down drastically in the reval, and there are homes, more modest homes that went way higher than that, 8.5 or whatever percent increase in the reval. I would argue that if you look at the median versus the mean, you give you a better picture of where you should be, what effect it will have on the folks. I think there are a lot of people fall into the category of having a greater increase in their assessment than the 8.5%. But it's skewed greatly because of higher value homes that have taken a drastic decrease in value. So the magic number for me is not to exceed 28 mil for the next fiscal year, even though, which equates to a 2% increase in the mill rate. So that's where I stand. I haven't, I hadn't looked at that list of properties to come up with the median, but I know that personally, myself and the few hundred homes that we have here in Kingswood and Meadowood, we're not seeing that 8.5% increase. We're looking at more of a 16% increase, and that's, on one hand, we are including money in the budget for keeping North Stonington affordable, and I'm not sure if we have any in there anymore for the Affordable Housing Committee, but we're not keeping North Stonington affordable by proposing a 3.6% mill rate increase. Thank you.
All right, Sean, thank you so much for your input. I know you've done such in the past, and you have been on the Board of Finance and have been for selectmen. So, we appreciate your input. But having said that, I know that you also understand, that we have to put the pieces together relative to what we accommodated last year and what's being requested. So we'll do the best we can. Thank you.
Okay, Brian Rathman, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Unmute. Yeah. Did I unmute?
Yes, you did. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, I wasn't sure. All right, yeah. As I look at these budgets that are before us, I see contractual raises. That's one of the big things, and that's what I keep hearing that we can't do anything about. And I'd like to suggest, I don't know if, I'll suggest it to the Board of Finance first. Maybe I'll suggest it to the Board of Selectmen later on. I think the taxpayer, before any contract is okayed, the taxpayer should be able to look at it and give his or her input on it. And I also think that because of this year where people have struggled, a lot of people just got another bunch of money from the government. The Board of Education and Board of Selectmen should be zero out one more year. And as far as affordable housing goes, I just saw that the state, they're looking at a bill to possibly tax towns up to 2 mills that don't have 10% affordable housing. And just for people to know, houses built before 1990 cannot be included in the affordable housing. So I just see more taxes already from the state side, very possibly coming down. And who knows what the federal government's going to do with all the money they've given away to everywhere. Anyways, I wanted to just put that out there for food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. As you may or may not know, but I know you listen to most of the meetings, that our Affordable Housing Committee has done great work in trying to move that initiative forward. I also would bring attention to proposals that had happened a year ago for Winnechaug, that there could have been affordable housing there, and the townspeople didn't see that vision. So it's a conundrum. So, but we appreciate your input. Thank you.
Okay, Tom Marsh, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, good evening.
We
I
got
brought
you
it
now.
up. You can hear me?
Yes, good.
Oh, okay, thank you. I brought it up last night. I'd like to bring it up again to the Board of Finance. I would very much like to hear that a group has been formed to discuss the COVID-19 relief funds and how it's going to affect the budget for this year and next year. I haven't heard much details other than that it was suggested that you get together as a group and come up with a cohesive plan, but I haven't heard anything since, and I would sure like to hear about that. So, thank you.
I don't know if we have a select person who would like to address that.
I'm on the call, Dan.
Oh, yeah, just to
Mike.
give Tom some level of response.
Yeah, Treasury hasn't come out with actual guidance on that yet. So I think once Treasury comes out with actual guidance, we have heard, different things that we think based on interpretations, but there's no actual guidance. So I think once that happens, we'll look to add it to an agenda and have some discussions about it.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, we have a hand up from Joe Gross. Go ahead and unmute.
Am I all set?
You
Yeah.
are, go ahead.
All right. The only thing I'd like to mention is, please, I believe if you take a count, we got more committees and subcommittees than we got population in the town. We're not getting anywhere with all these committees. Please, I think we got enough. Dan and the rest of the board, I'd appreciate tonight if we didn't have a marathon meeting like we had last week. I believe after an hour, 2 hours, you're not getting anywhere, and I think we can demonstrate that. Looking at it, I think so. I appreciate it. I like to stay with the whole meeting, so if we could keep it down, I think we can accomplish a heck of a lot tonight. And I know Brett's all ready for the marathon. He's well relaxed there, so. But please try to keep it down. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, I mean, I think we get to a point when it gets late in the evening, it gets repetitive, and everyone starts to get glassy-eyed. So we appreciate the comment.
That was the last hand in public comment, so you can move forward.
All right, great. In correspondence, I have none official. I would say I did have an informal phone call with Joe Gross relative to the topics he brought up tonight. So I'll offer that. Next would be agenda item number 4, Board of Selectmen additional appropriations review. And in our last meeting, we thought we would put it in future strategies, but I figured I'd put it in as an agenda item. Just to refresh the board members, there were 3 items that were brought forward at last meeting. One was the radios for the North Stonington Volunteer Fire Company, which did pass. Another was the software, financial software that would match and complement what's been installed and being executed at the Board of Ed. That had a 3-3 vote and did not pass. And then the last was adding a second per diem staff member for the North Stonington Volunteer Fire Company. And that did not pass. It was a unanimous vote not to appropriate. But it was interesting as the night went on, we kind of came back to those items and kind of talked about them again. And so I just want to be sure that where the Board of Finance members are, and based on what was presented last week, an afterthought or reflection, could be different in terms of the appropriations brought forward. Carolyn, I think I saw your hand up first, and then Ann.
I recall receiving some correspondence from the fire chief. I thought it was sent to the entire Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance, if I'm not mistaken. Would that not be considered correspondence? I'm just bringing it up because now you're on this topic as well. So.
Yeah, I did receive it, but it seemed to be identical to, at least in my review, as to what had been presented in their budget presentation.
Okay, I'm just mentioning.
I don't know if it was just a refresh.
I saw it as well, yeah.
Yeah. Ann, you're through, Carolyn? Yeah. Ann Aiken?
Yes. So really, my thoughts have not changed from what I stated last week. I think for this budget season, we really cannot afford $60,000 of software when we have software in place for a quarter of the price. And as much as I understand we need a second per diem firefighter, I don't think we can afford it this year. I am of the opinion that these things should not be put back in the budget. If after guidance from the government says that these things can be covered by the rescue fund, then they can go forward in appropriation then. If not, then they wait until next year's budget season. And that's all I have to say on the matter. I'm done.
Okay, relative to your input, Ann, these were appropriations that we discussed that would come out of the unassigned as opposed to be add-ons into the budget.
I understand that.
Okay, you kept saying in the budget, just so that everybody,
I know, but the toward the end of the evening, the topic came around that if they weren't covered by appropriation, they should go back in the budget, and I am against that.
okay, thank you. You're all set?
Yes, I am.
All right. Any other comments relative? Paul, I see your hand. You're next.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Yeah, I recall the conversation last week, how it kind of morphed to being back on the table again. I am willing to revisit the software topic as an appropriation, but am uncomfortable having a year after year budget item coming to us as an appropriation. Now, some way when the American Rescue Plan is clarified or codified for us, I guess is the right term, that we can then encumber funds from it for 3 years' time for the additional per diem firemen. I would love to look at it again then. I think it's a need for the town. I just don't know how we're going to pay for it this year. So once it's got some clarity with the American Rescue Plan, I'd love to talk about the firemen again. But as for tonight, I think I'd be comfortable talking about the software again. But beyond that, that would be it for me. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Any add-on comments? Carolyn?
Are we able to wait until we get actual guidance from the Treasury Department about how these funds can be used? I mean, this is not a rush. We don't have to rush to a decision. I think that we should carefully consider the budget and what's in there that could be decreased. And I mean, there might even be some things that need to be increased. But, you know, I that's all I really, I'm not going to go around in circles tonight, but I do think that we need to discuss the budget further. And I don't know that really it's helpful to have this in advance of everything else, especially if we're not sure about how these monies can be used anyways, if that makes sense.
What I would say relative to that, I think the Board of Selectmen was trying to make an argument for timing in that for the software we're talking about. So implementation can happen kind of in a cycle that would make sense. And so I think that was part of their presentation.
And I understand the pros and cons of the software. I think it would be a great benefit to the town. But again, you know, if you're having to choose one over the other at this point, you know, I don't know if it makes sense or not. Again,
yeah, it sounded like you're making an argument about rushing along on this. So I just wanted to counter. The Board of Selectmen brought it forward because of essentially timing. So thank you. Dan Smith, you're next, then Mike Anderson.
Actually, Mike Anderson had his hand up before I did.
Oh, okay. Sometimes my glance is down because I'm making notes. Yep, go ahead, Mike. Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Dan. Dan Smith, thanks for the accommodation. So we've already approved last week the push for an appropriation, additional appropriation via town meeting for the radios. Just for clarity, can we discuss when that town meeting would happen? And that could frame our discussion for when we're going to find out if there's anything that we could add to that town meeting for these two other items to go to Carolyn's point. And obviously, we're gonna add the software and any of these items, we got to do it sooner rather than later. Can you give me clarity on when we're thinking about having a town meeting on the radios?
Yeah, to that point, from my notes of last week, they would have to call a town meeting or plan to call a town meeting this Friday. So I know Mike is on. Maybe Mike can give some clarity relative to that schedule.
Yes, happy to. So yeah, we're going to be calling a town we are planning to call a town meeting Friday. We have a special selectmen's meeting at 2:00 for that purpose. There's a couple reasons. We have a petition that we have to deal with within a certain amount of time. So in order to make sure that we can advertise and hold it within the 21-day period that's specified for this, we would have this town meeting on April 5th, which is a Monday evening. So ultimately, if the Board of Finance chooses to include either of these appropriations, we would look to put that on this town meeting, and of course would need to know tonight because we're meeting on Friday. So I don't know if that answers your question, Mike.
It does. So, I believe that, we should be adding the software question and pushing that forward for an appropriation. I think it's important to have. I think we have money within our undesignated fund, well within the parameters of what we've established in our resolution as far as the number, what percentage has to be in the undesignated fund. And I would include the per diem as well, because it seems to me that is going to be part of this package, and we should include it this year, but not in the budget. Because we'll have the ability to, perhaps fund it for the next 3 years and take it and not have to use undesignated funds for that. But we have the need and we have the funds. It's still raining. And so I think we should move forward with it. But I'm happy to discuss both items tonight.
All right, we'll come.
I yield.
Thank you, Dan Smith now.
Dan Spring, can you refresh my memory on a couple of things? What's the mill rate impact for the new software? Was it 0.66 mil?
I can tell you here in a minute.
It shouldn't be.
For some reason I had 0.66 written down.
I have a 4.6.
Maybe it's 4.6.
But I have a lot of numbers here.
I have a lot of that's my issue. I have a lot of numbers sitting on my desk right now.
Even that sounds high, though.
No, it actually would be a close to a 0.15.
Yeah, right. I think that was a running total
It
ahead.
should be a 0.11. Excuse me, not a 0.15, 0.11.
And that is for the software, correct? All right.
Yep.
All right.
The thing is, the software, relative to the mill rate, Dan, just so I can kind of flesh that out a little bit. That's a one-time expenditure.
Yep.
I think the 1508 or whatever that number would be a recurring, but not the 60.
The maintenance fee for that,
Yeah.
and pays for the upgrades and everything else.
Right. In fact, it sounded like it would be closer to 58,000 as opposed to 60 if it were done as an appropriation. Yeah.
So something like that, one time buy, I'd like to talk more about that, but the per diem firefighter.
They're both 0.11, just for Dan. Sorry, Dan Smith. They're both 0.11.
Okay.
From my notes.
So my big thing is if we go out and we submit it, the per diem firefighter, and we can't get reimbursed because now we basically locked ourselves into money. That's going to go on next year's budget and the following year's budget, and we're going to lose the possibility of, if we just hold back and find out from the Treasury how it's going to get paid. If we wait a month or two, is it, besides public safety, on a financial standpoint of it, is it really going to hurt us one way or another if we either fund it through the undesignated fund or have the stimulus money pay for it one way or another? Because if you go the one way and you put it and we fund it through the undesignated fund and they don't reimburse it, we lose out on the money. But if we just hold out, like Ann was saying, and hold out until we get guidance, we can do either or.
In comparing the two items, Dan, one, I think it's clear that the software initially would be a one-time expenditure,
I understand that.
where staffing, would be recurring year after year.
Understand.
So, the staffing should really be, if it were to be acceptable, put in the budget as opposed to an appropriation.
That is correct. So, but it seems like a bunch of us are split on how it's going to be funded, either through the stimulus money for a couple of years and then slip it into the budget, or just come out and just fund it right off the bat. Because honestly, if it goes into the budget, the numbers don't work. I yield.
Okay. Mike, I know you started the conversation, but just to kind of pick up, I'd like to go to Brett and then Carolyn.
Yeah, I have to agree with,
That's fine with me.
thanks, Mike. Dan and actually a few of the members that talked about this, but I think waiting a few months or 30 days to 60 days to find out really what that guidance is that could help jumpstart that, the per diem, so it doesn't have to go in the budget right now and still get paid, would be probably more prudent. And at least it gives us a chance to work up over that for the next 3 years. Because we have to spend it by the end of 2024 from the basic guidance that I've seen so far. So that could help with the budget process and still get the per diem in. And I think the timing on this, I understand why we wanted to go to town meeting, but these were things that were already in the budget until we pushed it back to the Board of Selectmen. And then it came out, and now it's an appropriation that needs to be done quickly. But if this was in the budget, none of this would have been funded until July. I mean, that's the radios, that's the per diem, and that's the software. So that's really the reason this came out is in appropriation form. So that I think the timeline still works on all these items if we can just wait a little bit to get that guidance and see. I mean, what if for some crazy reason even the software we can cover in that $510,000? I just think that would be the prudent way to do it. And it's a win-win for everyone. The fire department gets the per diem, and we can work up over the next 3 years to be able to cover that salary going forward. And then the taxpayers win because it's not going on the mill rate or coming out of the undesignated fund, which we still are going to have to address the 298 deficit that is coming. So I yield my time, and I just wish that we can give it a little more time. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, again, the point is that both the radio and software were one-time expenditures as opposed to adding them into the budget. And I think everybody saw that on the radios, and that's why that was unanimously passed. On the software, again, I would have to put weight to the software would complement the investment we've already made for Board of Ed, and its execution has to happen on a timely continuum so that it's of a benefit. So, okay. Who did I have up? And Carolyn, you're next, and then Mike, then to Ann.
So is there any way that we could word it so if it were to go to the call of the meeting that, you know, if it was able to be reimbursed by the rescue fund, you know, does the town approve it? Yes or no? And that way it's going to the meeting, but it has that stipulation so that, do you know what I mean? Or, I mean, you can have multiple choice if you want. I'm just putting that out there. I didn't know if that would solve.
I think that the wording could go in there, you know, but it would be a speculative phrase, but it certainly could go in there.
It might just solve the problem where you can meet in the middle.
Yeah. Mike Anderson?
No, I think the points that have been made, starting, you know, by Ann and by Dan and Brett are well stated. And the fact that, you know, their software is a one-time item, and the per diem, I still, you know, it's either going to be paid for by the stimulus money, or we can have another appropriation later on, and the timing of it might still work out better than, you know, having this budget go into effect July 1. You know, they could get it in June if we found out that, you know, the stimulus money pays for it. And if they don't, and we want to put it in, I think everyone here is in agreement that it's something that shouldn't be in the budget, or should be in the budget. It's a budgetary item because year over year, that might, you know, frame our thinking once we do get full guidance. And I don't think there's a reason to, unlike the software where there's a timing reason, there's no likewise reason for the per diem at this point, when we could still come back and put it in if we decide to do that one way or the other.
Right.
So I would be in agreement with what I've heard so far with everybody, that hold off on the per diem. And, you know, I don't know what everyone's idea is on the software yet, but I am for it as an appropriation to be included in the April 5th call. I yield.
Okay. And I'll come to you, and then, you know, there's enough said. If somebody wants to bring a motion forward on the software, we can entertain it. And go ahead.
Well, I wanted to say that I was in favor of approving the appropriation for the radios, because to me, that is a timely issue. They're obsolete, they're dying, they have to be replaced. They have to be replaced now. It's a safety issue for the firefighters. I don't see that as the case for the software. We have something that works right now. It's been working for several years. I don't see the rush to replace it right now. I think waiting another year, if necessary, is the prudent thing to do. And that's all I've got.
Okay. I think, you know, that, you know, it's a very sound thought. I think some of what's been said is that we already have the software at Board of Ed, and that we could have a seamless system between Board of Ed and general government. I know behind the scenes, you don't see kind of the day-to-day or the month-to-month, but the month-to-month has been one where reconciliation takes a lot of time, which would really be obviated if everyone in the town was on the same system. So I would add that, because I do see it on a month-to-month basis. Mike Urgo, you had your hand up, and then I'll come to Dan Smith.
Thank you. I find Carolyn's suggestion interesting as far as moving it forward with some verbiage in there that has kind of a caveat on if, you know, so long as the rescue funds will allow for such an appropriation to take place. If you think that that's important to the Board of Finance, I guess from my perspective, I see these two expenditures as, regardless of whether or not they were reimbursable, as valuable expenditures, and I think our undesignated fund could take it. The other thing I just want to mention, and this is kind of just playing it out a little bit, if we could see how things kind of unfold, and I don't know how they'll unfold, but I can speculate how they would unfold, is that should you not approve this appropriation, then obviously the fire company and people who are concerned about public safety will make comment at the public hearing that they would like to see these expenditures put back into the budget, in which case we're going to be in a situation where we would end up having to increase the budget to accommodate for these expenditures. So I think our board, my board, we were just trying to kind of come up with a happy medium. And again, if I back up to the very beginning with the point of trying to pass the budget on the very first try, I think if we can put a strong budget together, from day one, it just makes it easier, especially in these times, having hearings and having all these things, it's more challenging than it would normally be. So that's all I was thinking, and thank you.
All right, great. Dan, you're next, and then we'll go to Paul.
Yeah, so just so I have accurate numbers, the undesignated fund that we took from last year, a couple of questions. To repay that, or to cover the difference on that, is 0.8 mil, correct?
That's what we're working with, yes.
Okay, so we're getting towards the end of the year. Have we used any of that $440,000 yet?
I think we put the question maybe a meeting or two ago to Christine, and she wanted more time relative to executing the current budget.
Yeah, you're never going to know you won't know unless you've collected every penny of revenue you budgeted and spent every penny of expenditure. So it's to balance the budget if everything is realized. So we won't know until we close out the fiscal year. Because there's certain invoices we don't get until the very end of the year. There's certain revenues we don't collect. Some things come from the state on June 30th. So we can anticipate, we know we're going to get them, but we don't physically receive them until then. So it's not something you can define at, on March 24th where we're at.
So the way I look at it is the Board of Ed, and this is solely my opinion, the Board of Ed budget is pretty lean as is. So we really can't go there. The Board of Selectmen budget, there might be some stuff there, might not be. You have 0.11 for the per diem firefighter, you have 0.8 for the undesignated fund balance, and you have 0.11, which say round numbers, 0.11 for the software, which gets you to 29.06. We're the longest, really the longest pole in the tent is that 0.8 mil. That is what's setting us to tilt on a lot of the stuff. Going through and trying to, all right, is a per diem firefighter going to be paid now? By the time any of the funds are going to be released, it's going to be June, July anyways. The software, it is in the eye of the beholder. We do have, I would assume, 3 platforms in town right now. We have QuickBooks, we have OpenGov, and we have the new software. So it's not like the town will be operating without financial software. So I think we need to kind of focus in on, are we going to go to the undesignated fund to cover that 0.8 mil again, or how we're going to plug that hole? Because that mill increase right there is the one that makes the numbers go ugly quick. I yield.
I think relative to the 0.8, we've had a lot of deliberation on that. It was, doing the reparation for what we did accommodate last year. So, I think that's that 0.8, at least up to this point, there's been a consensus to make that happen. We did talk about breaking it out over a 2-year period, but I think there was more pushback on that. Paul? next.
Dan, when these funds come through for the American Rescue Plan, what would be your appetite, the board's appetite, the Board of Selectmen appetite to encumber funds to pay for that pretty environment for the years up to 2024? I mean, I think if you're trying to grab $165,000 from the 500 grand that's being offered up to us to pay for this needed role for the next 3 years, that feels different to me. I mean, 3 years is a lifetime, right? So to pay for that important role for the next 3 years, that might get some more legs for a few of us to look at it. Don't know if we can do that. To me, it's doing this, we're spending money before we have it. We're taking a loan against our checkbook anyway for doing it, but at least there's some end game there to help us pay for it for the next 3 years. I still don't believe that, salary should be an appropriation, but it feels to me like if we can say we're going to encumber 165 grand of that 500K, at least we can go to the taxpayer and say, hey, we found a way to pay for this. We're not just going to keep borrowing money and hoping it comes in. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Paul. Sarah, you're next.
There were so many good comments in between when I raised my hand. I want to make sure. So I think I agree with most of actually generally what a lot of people have said, a lot of the board has said. I do think we have the money in the undesignated fund to just address the software, given our likelihood of being able to get that back potentially, and knowing we have the undesignated fund, it's not a huge amount. I think we should go for that so we can get it out of the way. The townspeople can decide whether they agree and they want it or not. But put it on the meeting with the radios. It is a one-time purchase, so it makes sense to me. Paul, I know you and I sort of like philosophically disagree about and I don't know that there's any way I can describe it that will make you agree with it, but you just made a comment earlier about salaries. But the board, the fire department is its own separate company. So they're asking for an extra $55,000. They intend to use it towards their salaries, but like, we're not, you know what I mean? We're funding the fire department. They need $55,000. I think, I think regardless, if we know we need that and we do, then we should move forward with that. It's either that or we don't have it. Because while we have plenty of money in the undesignated fund, the 0.8 mil really addresses, and Christine said it well last time, it addresses the revenue gap. So we don't continue to have the gap every year over year. So I don't think this is an issue about, do we have the 60,000 or even the 120 in the undesignated fund to cover it. I think it's more about if genuinely people think the right thing to do is to plug that gap this year, take the hard hit this year, then going ahead with the appropriations allows us to have some flexibility this year while we do have flexibility, because we're fortunate to have the flexibility with the COVID relief package, which won't come in future years. So that's it. Just some thoughts, which I think is a lot of what other people have already said.
Thank you, Sarah. Is a member willing to put forward a motion on the software and as an appropriation?
I forget that exact value, Dan, for the software.
It was, bear with me here a minute. It was $60,325.
I
I think that also included, I don't know if that included the first year maintenance of the 1508.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Okay, so I can make that motion.
Sure.
I make a motion to approve $60,325 appropriation as requested by the Board of Selectmen for software named, what was it called?
Infinite Vision.
Infinite Vision Software.
Line item C3.47, just a point of clarity.
Thank you, Counselor.
And
I will second that motion.
okay, Mike, thank you. All right, we have a motion on the table with a second. I think we've had a lot of discussion. I'm willing to take on a little more if you think it's necessary. I think that in my discussion, just to reiterate, I'll come to you, Anna, in just a minute. Timing is important relative to the execution to make it beneficial for the next fiscal year with this purchase. And that it is a complement, would create a seamless system between Board of Ed and general government. Dan and then Ann. Go ahead, Dan.
Ladies first.
All right, Ann. Danielle.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Dan. This is a want, not a need. I think it is prudent to wait until we are sure that it will be covered by the rescue fund before we go out and spend the money. I yield.
Okay. Dan?
What is our undesignated fund balance right now?
Sure.
In percentage, please?
Yeah, our current balance, and again, this is without the calculus of the 440, is 3,652,552. If we were to factor out the 440, that would bring us to 3,211,988, which would be a 15.4% of expenditure budget.
And that's without the 440, correct?
Yeah, the 440 taken out.
Okay, and then we're at 15.4 with that. Okay. I yield.
Can you, that's, Dan, just so I understand that, I'm sorry. The 440, you mean from, without getting it back from in this year's give backs?
If we were to use all of it to fill the revenue gap.
For this year.
Right. Yeah. And we won't know that until we get towards the end of the year to see where we're at. But
right.
You know, we have to move with anticipation, and that's how we voted, that 440 would come out of the unassigned as to balance the budget. In other words, to bring forward the revenue gap, satisfy it.
And what is it? What's as a percentage if the 440 is in there?
Yeah, without taking it out, it's 17.6% of the expenditure budget.
And our policy, just, I don't have it in front of me.
17% is the max.
So doesn't that frame some discussion as to, you know, right now we could be over our, and I'm not saying for this year's budget, I'm saying for the 21-22, when we're talking about filling that 0.8 that Dan brought up earlier, you know, we could be at the end of June over our limit.
Well, that would be if we had potentially a give back that matched the 440, which would be difficult.
Understood, right.
Which would be difficult for me to anticipate.
What I'm saying that we're at the max of our top resolution as to what we have in the undesignated fund at this point, almost at the top.
Yeah,
potentially.
Except we have agreed to take 440 from that, Mike. You know, so that's already encumbered.
I understand it's encumbered.
Yeah, which would drop it down to the 3.2 million or 15.4%.
Right. That's all theoretical.
Yeah, but other than theoretical, that's what we've already done by action, by motion.
Oh, I agree.
So we haven't
That's
gotten to the final calculus yet, but we have to say, okay, we realize that there was a $440,000 revenue gap that we were willing to fill from the unassigned to help mitigate taxes.
Right.
Yeah.
And my proposal was, if we are, do we have a projection as to what that is actually going to be, the 440? I know that Christine said she really couldn't say until the end of the year.
Christine was reluctant to make any commitment on that till we get to the end.
I mean, would everyone agree that we are still at the higher end of our resolution percentage versus our lower end?
Without question, yes.
So in times like these, when we want to maintain, our ability to keep the mill rate down, that I'm not saying use the whole 440 again, but to plug the gap in next year's budget, but part of that to get to where we want to be. I still think I know I'm getting off topic, but because Dan brought it up, it's now part of the conversation. So I yield for now. We'll talk about that later.
All right, Ann?
I just want to caution that we still have to consider there's 150,000 we may have to cover for 298 Norwich Westerly Road on top of the 440.
Good point, Ann. Thank you.
You all set, Ann?
I'm sorry, yes, I am.
Brett, you're next.
Yeah, Ann just basically said the gist of what I was saying, that that's still a major expense that we're gonna have to deal with. And to put a appropriation like this forward before that, even sometimes it'll be confusing to the taxpayer. And I don't know if we're doing right by the taxpayer by not acknowledging that to everybody at some point before we're voting on spending more money. Because I mean, people that pay attention understand that we're going to have this problem with 298 and have to make up that revenue or make up for that expense. But I think sometimes the general public doesn't. So if we go forward with an appropriation for the software, which I do agree that we need this at some point, I just don't know if now is that right time. I don't think it is. That we go forward with that, and then in 2 months, 3 months, we go forward for an appropriation of $100 and something thousand. I think some people are going to have a major concern and a major impact. I do agree with Mike Anderson. We are at the top range of not only our own ordinance or policy on the undesignated fund, but we are at the higher range within the state. So that is good. But I don't think the public's going to have all this information, especially about 298, when we go to vote on $60,000. I don't know if there's a way that, Dan, if this does move forward, that somehow there's information out there that, we might see another appropriation of a large amount come down the road. So between that, the reevaluation and a tax increase this year, I think some of our families in town are going to have some major issues paying the taxes on this. And also that'll change our collection rate going forward when the reeval and a tax increase hits them all at once. I just want to be mindful of the big picture, and I do worry about our residents that won't be able to afford some of this. Thanks. I yield.
Carolyn?
So the amount of money that's supposed to be available from the rescue fund, I'm assuming would cover 3 years of a paid per diem and also the software. Is that correct? Give or take a few dollars?
It suggested it can be, but we haven't had specific guidance as to the utilization of
So I'm
those
wondering if
dollars?
Paul would consider changing the wording of his motion so that it would satisfy, Brett and Ann's point. And I would agree that although I see all the benefits of the software, I mean, I think it's great. I use software like that at my day job. I can tell you it's very helpful. There's a lot of reasons why it would be good for the town, and it would save a lot of man hours, and it would allow us to share information simultaneously. So there are a lot of benefits to it. But that being said, we just don't have the money because we've had money that's been spent wastefully over the past year. And so coupled with everything else we've been dealing with. So, I mean, I think maybe, we want to put the best budget forward anyways. So, and we do want to know what the public has to say about all of this. Obviously they have the last say. But I really think that people are at their breaking points right now. I mean, the people that are struggling, and maybe the people that aren't struggling are out of touch, and they're not feeling the pain that a lot of people are feeling. So I just think we really need to take that all into consideration.
All right, just for clarity, the 60,000 that we're talking about would be an appropriation, not part of the budget. So it wouldn't be taxed against the residents. And that, sometimes, and I've talked about this many times, you have to look forward, and then we have a responsibility, Board of Selectmen does, and they unanimously brought the software to us to move the town forward. QuickBooks works, but it's antiquated. And this also would be a replacement for OpenGov. And I can tell you, because I get involved every single month. Reconciliation alone would be like cutting butter compared to what we're doing right now, because it's, moving data from, one platform to another, and then looking for any mistakes that come along. I mean, it's just, anyone who's done
Hey,
it,
Dan,
it's enough to drive you nuts.
Dan,
Go ahead, Mike.
I just want to be clear. I never envisioned the software as being a reimbursement for the rescue funds. I mean, I guess it's possible, but that was not something that I brought forward as a thought. I don't want the Board of Finance to feel that there was any representation of that, because that's not something that I brought forward. I think you guys have talked about that a little bit, but that's something that could be discussed. I also will say that I'm not. It isn't yes, we do realize that there's going to be a future coming request for 298 Norwich Westerly Road once we have a better sense. I do think that there's a possibility of that actually being reimbursable in some way, because it was not budgeted, and that the school has used the facility actually the majority of the year because of COVID. So I think that there's some opportunity there, be it through the rescue funds or FEMA or potentially other grant sources. So I just want to make that clear. Again, there's no guarantees, but I think you should just have all that information, and we'll certainly do our best at Town Hall to make sure we're exhausting every opportunity that there is, to make sure that the impact is low as possible on everybody.
All right, Paul, I'm going to come to you again, and then I'd like to call the motion.
Yeah. Thank you, Dan. I was going to ask Mike that same question. I thought last week when the appropriations first came to us that the software that was the one that might not be reimbursable. Did I hear that incorrectly? I thought of the three, one of them was not.
Yeah, not only that, Paul, I don't see that as a use of these funds. I mean, right. I don't see that that's, to me, this is something that is, I think it was well represented last week as far as how it's going to help the town out. And we do have a response. I mean, we've gutted our budget, but this was something that, to Dan's point, he is intimately involved, as am I, as is Christine, on a daily basis of how things are operating. And we're bringing this to you, telling you that this is something that will really improve our situation. And yes, it's a one-time cost, and the yearly cost is actually quite affordable. So,
yeah.
But yes.
Yeah. Thank you. That was all, Dan. Thank you.
Again, to the point of utilization and its efficiency, you've heard me talk about the potential of a position of a business manager to oversee both Board of Ed and general government. That person, just because I am familiar with what that would bring in terms of salary requests, would be anywhere from 75,000 to 100,000 a year. This software really brings so much forward that you almost don't need that person, because everything is just integrated, and that you have so many things that you can pull up that you can really get your hands around in terms of making financial decisions for the town. So I'll leave it at that. So I'd like to call the motion, and I'll poll. Just a reiteration, Paul brought forward the motion to approve the $60,325 for the Infinite Vision software for general government. Dan Smith, yay or nay?
Yay.
Carolyn Howell? Carolyn Howell, you're called upon.
Sorry, my screen went blank. I don't know. I guess the public can decide. Yay.
Paul Simon,
Yay.
Mike Anderson,
Yes.
Ann Aiken,
No,
and myself, yay. So the revisit on this appropriation is approved. 5-1-0. And that will go to a town meeting and will be part of the call, as Mike Ergo suggested.
Dan, did somebody second that? I may have just missed it.
Yeah,
I did. I
that was
did.
Mike
Oh,
Anderson.
okay. Thanks,
Yeah.
Mike.
Okay. Relative to the per diem, I think there seems to be a consensus that the American Rescue Plan could potentially pay for that staffing if it was unbudgeted. And that as we visited that appropriation request last meeting, it was voted down unanimously. So I think I'm hearing all of the same. Correct me if somebody wants to speak up. Okay, so Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I heard mixed in this discussion. Paul indicated if we felt that there was that legitimately that some of the stuff could be encumbered for a couple years, that it might be worth doing the appropriation. I don't know. I thought I heard sort of a mixed discussion there.
Paul, did you want to comment on that?
No, I think, Sarah, remember, that's what I said. I mean, again, I'm still in the bucket where I'd love to have the money in my hand before I spend it. So
That's kind of how I heard how you ended it. So
exactly. I mean, and then if there was a motion made that would encumber $165,000 from the American Rescue Plan funds for the payment of the per diem for the next 3 years, if we can keep doing all those ifs, I could be swayed. But again, I still think salaries don't belong as an appropriation. And really, it's we don't have the money yet. Until we get it, I'd rather not spend it. So waiting 2 months' time with that same motion on the table, I think I'd be all in.
Makes sense.
Brett?
Dan, I can't find the calendar in front of me. When are you looking to go to a town hearing on this, on the budget?
Oh, if you go to Nita, you're on. So we've been staying to the same draft time schedule that we've proposed. So
right.
Nita, are you on so you can pull it up?
You have to unmute yourself because you're muted.
Okay, here I am.
Hi, Nita.
Hi. April 19th would be the day that we would be doing that the Board of Finance would be speaking to the public, and but the annual budget meeting will be at its date of May 3rd
So our hearing would be the 19th. Okay,
of April.
Yeah, so that's a public hearing, again, for clarity.
right.
On May 3rd, the 19th, we take input, and maybe there's some revisions that happen based on
Right.
public input.
Right. I was just
Back to May 3rd.
asking because I was concerned that if we don't have information about the rescue package by then, I mean, the public might want to have this put back in the budget at that point because we don't have any information. So, because I do think it's an important item to have in our whether it's in the budget or through this. So I just wanted to see if there's any time for us to get that back somehow in the budget if we don't hear about it being used for the with the rescue plan.
You're all set, Brett?
Yeah, I am. I yield. Thanks.
Okay. Again, I think there is some consensus that, you know, this could be a value add-on to the North Stonington Volunteer Fire Company by having a second per diem staff member. What I heard more than one time from the chief, though, is that, you know, he didn't necessarily see that the one or the two add a lot to response time, but there would be points of contact at the firehouse at all times, which I think is important. And I think people would feel comfortable with that. I think one of the overhanging issues is recruitment of volunteers. And I know that there's probably been something in place to make that happen. I don't know if there's been a refresh on a campaign to bring in more recruits to add to numbers, which would also be a part of what they were talking about in terms of staffing, if I'm clear. So. All right, agenda item number 5. It's you know, a relook at the budget to date. There seems to be a consensus that we're acceptable to what was presented for Board of Ed. For Board of Selectmen, they came forward with a modest increase after we sent them back, which was came in at a 1.27. And that I think a couple of things that are in question, and they've come up tonight, is they've budgeted 50,000 for 298. And we've gotten the 6-month expenditure report for 298, which came in at about $132,000. So, I mean, 50,000 would be not even half of that, though there are other things in work that may work relative to 298, to include the relief package and or a lease agreement. So I think as Board of Finance members, we have to say, okay, are we satisfied with those possible outcomes? And keep 50,000 there with the thought that we might have an added appropriation based on the timeline of these events and or other funds. Any comment to that? Sarah, you were first, then Carolyn, then Ann.
Yeah, I'd personally like to see more budgeted for it than just the 50K.
Okay, and that number should be?
I think the expenses are around 150,000. I would minimally split the difference at 75, if not do 100,000.
Okay, thank you. Carolyn, you're next. You're muted. We can't hear you.
Sorry, somebody moved me so I couldn't see my screen. I think that the budget should reflect the true expenses. And if the town voted to keep the building, and this is the consequence of keeping the building. So I think that the budget should reflect the true expenses, and we have to look at the line items and come up with the money. That's just my feeling. I mean, I'm optimistic that we will find somebody to come in and fill the space that we're trying to lease out, but we don't know that, and we can't count on that, and we shouldn't, be just anticipating something that may or may not happen. We have to prepare for the worst. And I mean, and then we just have to deal with whatever happens down the road.
So what's the number, Carolyn?
I would say conservatively 138,000 if you want to round it up to 150 to make it round, but I would say 138 is the number I think that we kind of came up with after we reviewed all of the expenses over the last 6 months. It would have been nice to know, because the town has been paying these for all these years, whether it was directly or indirectly, and shame on us for not knowing this last year when we were having these discussions. And I,
Paul, you're next, then Brett, and I'll come to you, Ann.
Yeah, I'm going to line up with Sarah and Carolyn on this. I mean, maybe not the whole 150, but certainly $75,000, $90,000, at least trying to get us closer to what real expenditures are expected to be. So an increase of some $100,000, I think, is in that wheelhouse. Thank you. That was it.
Brett?
Yeah, I agree 100% with Sarah and now Paul and Carolyn that there needs to be something in there more than that, what it is. So I would say, yeah, at least the 75,000 that Sarah said on the low end, but up to the 130, because we don't want to be in the same situation we are in this year, next year, and have to go to the town for another appropriation if for some reason it doesn't get leased out or something happens. I mean, best case scenario would be there's money in there that we didn't have to spend and we put it back into the general fund, or we explain it to the residents. But going for another appropriation again after a second year makes it look like not only did the selectmen not learn anything from last year, as we didn't learn anything from Board of Finance of just letting it go through that way. And so I would strongly suggest that we increase that. And then the other one thing I just want to bring up is, I brought it up at the last meeting, is I am concerned about the registrar's line item for their education in their classes. The way it's set up now, we are not providing enough revenue expense for them to meet the state guidelines for them to remain registrars for taking classes.
That particular line item, I'd like to leave for the moment, put a rock on it, and let's continue the 298. So we can move along without a ricochet of.
Totally understandable, Dan.
Yeah.
Thank
you. And did I have you next? Yeah, and then Dan.
I am with Carolyn. The budget has to reflect the true number that we know it costs to run that building for a year. If something happens during the year to change that, great. But if it doesn't, we have to cover it. So I say the 138. Sorry, yield.
Yeah, Dan, thank you.
Is the 138,000 a year-to-date number, or is that a full calendar year of that's what the expenses cost?
I think the expenditure report that was brought forward was a 6-month expenditure, but there was repairs and stuff in there that I don't see repeatable.
Okay. I think what we need to be wary also, I'm going to go, I'm not going to put a number. There's a bunch of numbers everybody's been putting out for Norwich Wesley Road. If we over budget on this line item, that money is in that budget and it can be moved around, and which is say September, everything gets rented out. We look great. Then that money is in that budget. So I think we need just to be cautious on how much we put in as a line item. You know, we want to go 100,000, 200,000, whatever. We just need to put a proper amount. If we have to go over and we have to go to a separate appropriation, that might not be a bad thing, to go to the townspeople and tell them, hey, this is the situation. But some money needs to be budgeted. I yield.
Before this revision that we are having in front of us now from Board of Selectmen, that line item reflected 100,000, and that's kind of the number that seems to be workable. So can I say there's a consensus that that line item should be moved from 50,000 to 100,000? Is there a consensus there? Okay.
Yep.
I don't necessarily think that we need to go to a motion on that, but I think there's a strong consensus. So if we can agree with that, I know Mike is back on, but we're going to move that line item be lifted to 100,000 versus the 50.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. And I'm just going to get the line item here just so that everybody is clear.
Is it B2206?
It is B2206. Thank you, Mike. You're on it. Yep. All right. And again, I'm just bringing forward things that I think just need a little attention. Now that we've had some talk about the second per diem, there was a 5,000 increase in the budget brought forward for that at B26.14. I'm not sure why that is in there. If we're currently staying at 1 per diem, same as last year. Carolyn?
If I'm not mistaken, when we talked about it during discussions, it had to do, I think, with like their turnout gear and things like that and uniforms that they budgeted for a certain amount. And then, but again, maybe you should ask the chief. I think he's on the call. I see him on the screen. I don't know if you're allowed to do that since you have the first selectman speaking. I'm sure maybe you should give the chief the chance to explain it, especially if you're going to consider cutting it.
Well, I think that the Board of Selectmen, because they brought it forward, would have an answer on that. Mike, do you have an answer on that? Mike Virgo?
Yes. We had decided to just kind of split it up in half because they had requested some additional costs associated with the per diem. Actually, they originally requested 120 for the 2 per diems. So what we did was we decided to come, there was an increase needed because of additional costs associated with the per diems. So that's why that there's an increase in that line. So it is justified.
All right, everybody satisfied with that? All right, I don't have.
That was my recollection of the conversation. It was actually 120 originally, and they knocked it down to 110 with the 2 per diem, so it's 55 each.
Okay. The next, I had a question about just, again, things that jump out that could be in play was going to the transfer station, the tipping fees. I know some of you may not be totally familiar with how that works, but that's B27.21. Now there's an increase there of 20,000. So Mike Virgo, again, if I can call on you just to, for the board members, just a little clarification, please.
I believe that's an increase in the tipping fees due to increased cost, but there's also I think there's an offset in the revenue. Christine, correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct. So we have to pay for all the trash that from North Stonington that ends up at the landfill, not just what's taken by the people that drop off at the transfer station, but also the private haulers. And then we bill the private haulers for the trash that they bring. So there is a corresponding increase in the revenue line for that as well.
All right, is everybody satisfied with that? Any questions on that? All right. And then the only other in capital, it was the truck, the F-250, if you recall, which I guess the truck that was being slated to be replaced is in bad shape. So this was originally brought forward as a one-time expenditure of $55,000, but and now it's suggested by the Board of Selectmen to be a 3-year lease at roughly $20,000 per year. So that's that number. Dan?
Yeah, if I remember right, with C-119, the truck was going to be the truck that is replacing. They were going to keep that truck, if I remember right. So, if they're going to keep that truck and use it and still in service, do we really need to buy a truck in the next year or two?
We're not going to keep the truck, Dan.
Okay, I must have misheard.
So everybody's Ann and Aiken. Ann, you're muted.
There we go. I think I got it.
We got you.
Okay. I would say if that truck is still running, right now, that truck is a want and not a need. And so I would say it should be put off for a year, especially if we're increasing 2206 up to 100K. That money's going to have to come from somewhere. So I would say hold off on the truck for this year. I yield.
All right, Brett, you're next.
Yeah, I agree. I think we can hold off for a year on that truck. I can tell you, I didn't like that we changed it from a buy to a lease to make it more palatable. It seems like we've been doing that a lot, and all it does is make each year more difficult for budgeting because we keep paying these leases over 3 years and then we don't even own the truck. But I do have to agree with Dan Smith, and we can all go back to that meeting, but it was said that the truck was going to be kept and used in another part of the highway department, I believe. Thank you.
You are correct. You are correct. We did say that, Dan. Brett, that was a misstatement last time, but it is not going to be kept. And the leases, just for a point, we actually do own them at the end of the lease. It's not like a lease when you buy a car. After the leases are over, the town actually does own them. There's no cost or anything. We're paid off. It's kind of like a loan.
Right. So we'd be paying an extra almost $10,000 for this truck because I think the originally was in for 50 or 55.
55.
Right, for a one-time purchase, and now it's in at 20 something for 3 years.
20, so it's at less than $5,000 over the 3 years.
I mean, it's less than 5,000 over the 3 years for the cost. You are right, Brett, that there are additional costs associated with leasing, but given the fact that it's nice, I mean, just my observations, every year it's like, let's wait for next year. Let's wait for next year. So we actually can never buy anything. So we've tried to just be as, try to come up with ways that we're able to continue to move the town forward in a way that works for everybody. So I agree with you. I'd rather just buy stuff outright, which is how we're trying to do things. But, you know, we're just trying to come up with solutions that work for everybody.
So is there an estimated value on that truck? If we're not keeping it, there's got to be something that we're looking for to sell it out for.
It's in pretty bad shape. I mean, we're gonna set, we'll send it to auction and see if we can get anything for it, but it's rusted out. I've got pictures of it. It was one of the only things we opted to keep in our capital budget. As you can see, we basically gutted the capital budget. We made very difficult decisions when we came to you guys last time and had nearly nothing left in there, except basically some of the lease payments and some things that we felt were important, but whatever you want to do.
Thank you. I yield.
Sarah, I think you were next, and then back to Carolyn.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't disagree with Anne's position around like the want and the need. I would caution though, I don't disagree with Anne. Personally, I feel like we should replace the truck, but I understand the logic there. My only caution would be that whenever you keep an old clunker around, it's going to cost money to repair. So we need to put some money aside minimally to keep it running. I've driven many in my day, so just something to think about there.
All right, Carolyn, we're on to you.
I agree with Anne that the truck should wait another year. I think we have excellent mechanics, so if something were to go wrong, they probably could fix it. I just think that this is where we're at right now, and we knew this day was coming, and now we're here. So I think it's just one of those things that's just going to have to wait.
Okay, thank you. Where am I here? Mike Anderson, and then Dan. That's okay, Dan? Yeah.
I'm gonna go with the capital improvement group on this one. I mean, we have that subcommittee and we've already basically made them useless. And, if this thing is rusted out, not how many mechanics you have, it's going to require expense to Sarah's point. So this is one of those things that, it's time. I yield.
All right, Dan Smith.
Like Sarah, I've driven used cars pretty much my whole life. Do we need as a town to be buying a brand new vehicle? $55,000. I understand. Hey, it doesn't get you that much in the car market, but do we just, do we give them a certain amount just to go buy a used vehicle, especially if I don't know if it's being used for salting or whatever it is, but buying a brand new vehicle to have it rust out 8 to 10 years, and then have to replace it. This was a line item that I kind of pointed at as like, do we really need it? And do we really need to have a new vehicle if we need it? So I don't think, I think it should be removed from this year's budget, but I think instead of buying new or leasing, maybe used would be a more prudent thing to be looking at. But I would move to have that removed.
All right, Mike, did your hand go back up, Mike?
Me, Mike Ergo?
No,
No,
it
Mike
did not.
Anderson. Yeah.
Nope, sorry.
I just mentioned that this vehicle is used for plowing, and if we have a failure of this vehicle, it puts the town at a disadvantage and potentially a predicament, not having the vehicles necessary for plowing. And Dan Smith, I'm not in disagreement with you. In fact, there was one vehicle that we have bought used for the town when we had the fund, we worked with lesser funds to do that. And I would even say that, whether you keep this amount in there or not, we can certainly, try to look at a used vehicle if it makes sense for us to do so.
I'm just thinking that this would maybe be something down the road. If you found something for, which is say $20,000 or $25,000 down the road, that you could come to an appropriation and then we send it to a town meeting for something like that, down the road. I'm just thinking right now is not a good time to stick ourselves with a $60,000 lease payment over a 3-year term.
Brett, you're next.
Yeah, just from my information, when we lease something and we do a lease and purchase outright at the end, or our lease payments make up for that, we don't track that the same. We don't track it with our debt reduction line. We don't look at it as financing.
No, the accounting is different. Yeah.
Even though basically we are financing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't show up as debt, future debt.
It does not. No.
And are you okay with it? Do you have any, I know in the past you have issues with things like that, not showing our debt correctly and all those things. Does this worry you when we lease it all?
No, I think as long as there's an asterisk that it's a contractual agreement, I don't have a problem with that. No.
Okay,
No.
thank you.
Sarah, you're next.
So I did like the idea of the used truck. I just will add, and I know at this point we're probably getting too far in the weeds, that a truck that could handle plowing that isn't going to have about 100,000 miles on it will definitely cost more than 20. You're looking about 30, 35 for a decent used truck. I have recently been in the market, so they're hard to find. Trucks with low miles on them, they're just hard to find.
All right. I think we've heard from a lot of people. I can do a polling on this or a motion. So if somebody wants to bring forward a motion, fine. Otherwise, we'll just, the last one we had consensus. This one we're at different points here. Ann?
All right.
I will make a motion that we take the truck out of the budget for this year.
I'll second that.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to reference the line item here.
It's C1.19.
What is it again?
C1.19.
Okay. All right. I think we've had a lot of discussion, so let's move the motion. Dan Smith,
Yay.
and again, this is to take it out. So yeah, okay. Carolyn Howell,
Yay.
Paul Simon,
Nay.
Mike Anderson,
Nay.
Ann Aiken,
Aye.
and I vote nay. So it's a 3-3-0. So the motion does not pass. So it stays in at this juncture. Okay. Were there any other high points in the Board of Selectmen's revision? I know, Brett, you're talking about adding to the educational piece for registrars.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that line item now.
I don't think any of us have kind of a sense of scope on that, Brett, in terms of what it would take. So maybe Christine Diaz can help us
So
out.
what I wanted to just mention is that it's part of B21.02, the elections and town meetings operating expenses. While we shared with you the itemized budget, that's not the final budget that would go to the hearing. It's one line item for all expenses for the registrars. So we have estimated what would be used in each category, but for budgetary purposes, it's one line item that is funded at $20,000. So we are covered for those expenditures. It's just the way that the registrars submitted their budget, which they submitted a much higher amount than what was moved forward, which has been the same thing historically for years. So does that help?
Yeah, well, I mean, if the money's there, that's great, but shouldn't in the breakdown it be under the right line item?
It's one line item. So while they're just like in the EDC budget, you have subcategories internally, it's one line item for your EDC operating expenses.
Right, but we try to stick to those subcategories. It'd be nice to see it in the right subcategory if it was in there. So then this would never come up. It's just because they're gonna need at least 1650, I think.
For the registrars in that line item, that is strictly a budgeting tool. That is not something that is followed in the way that EDC does because it's an office expense for them. They have to spend what they have to spend to get elections done. So between poll workers and they know they need to get their training done. So there's
Enough in there, is what you're saying?
What?
There's enough in there, is what you're saying?
I'm saying this was what was moved forward. The registrars have asked for more for years. So if they need additional appropriations, depending on the number of referendums that the town has to hold, then they will come forward for an additional appropriation.
Okay, it's just that, like I said, I know they need 1650 a year for their training, and I wanted to make sure it was in there for them. Because with that breakdown, it doesn't show it that way. But,
Right, but it's one line item, so it's in there.
okay, thank you.
Right, as I call on you, all three of you went up kind of at the same time, so I'm just gonna go across the board. It would be Carolyn, Dan, and then Mike Anderson.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
There's a few items I guess we should discuss. So under supplies for public works, I noticed in the check register or whatever you want to call it that the selectmen sent, they were applying, it looks like meals and entertainments to that line item. So, you know, I mean, obviously there's issues anyways with the budget, you know, being able to really see where the money's going. But I think we should talk about that. I don't know if you want to go one line at a time, or do you want me to tell you a few things and then go from there? I don't know what your preference is.
Well, I don't, you're confusing me. I don't know if you're talking about the check register.
Well, we got the report from February on the bills that were paid out, and
But we're talking about the budget going forward though, Carolyn.
well, I understand that, but if you look at the budget going forward, you have to look at where we've spent the money going backwards, and that would show you where money's been either, I don't know, misclassified or, you know, just maybe some of them might have been spent inappropriately. That's come up also in the last couple meetings that I've watched. So.
Carolyn, we're contractually obligated to feed the staff when they are held over.
I'm not questioning that. My husband worked for the state DOT. I'm well aware of that. But the question is,
so that is the appropriate line item for it to come out of. That's what I'm saying is
it's listed as supplies. I wouldn't consider food as supplies at a restaurant.
What line item would you recommend we use instead?
You should probably have one for meals and entertainment. I mean, how else are you going to know where the town's spending that money?
It's a supply to feed the staff.
I respectfully disagree with that, but again, I'm just talking about, so, okay, we'll move on from that. The ambulance presented their budget, and during their presentation, they talked about the cleaning supplies. I brought it up several times that the fire company pays for their own cleaning supplies out of their account. The town doesn't have it in their budget. I believe the amount was either $1,000 or $1,500. And then there was also an amount that was in their budget for EMS week, which is considered gifts. And since we're all in agreement that it's probably inappropriate for the town to be providing gifts, we shouldn't have that in their budget either. So I would suggest reducing the ambulance budget by $2,500.
Cleaning supplies, I mean, that would, particularly with an ambulance, that would be interesting to see if it could be covered by COVID.
All I'm saying is that they are billing for their services, so they're getting revenues from their billing service for the patients that they're transporting. Whereas the volunteer fire company is that they're like volunteering, they're not billing anybody for the services that they're providing. The taxpayers are paying for those services. So I think there's a difference there.
I don't have comment to that. Any comment relative to what Carolyn just proposed or brought forward? Mike Anderson?
I appreciate, Carolyn, that you're shedding light on these issues, and yes, we do have oversight on this, but I'm going to rely on the selectmen that the three of them have put forward these budgets on these particular things to have done their job. Vetting all these different departments and getting these numbers down to where they need to be. I just, we're getting in the weeds here a little bit, and we've done that all night long. So I just don't think we should be nitpicking about dollars and cents here at this late juncture. We have a town hearing that's going to come up to start vetting some of these issues. It's time to put forward this budget. We have another discussion that's still going to come about that might take a long time, which is whether or not we're going to use the undesignated fund. So I'd say we just move on from the small stuff. But holding people to fire, Carolyn, we're bringing it up, and I appreciate you to do that. So obviously, they got to watch out what they're doing. But the selectmen have put forward a budget that was vetted by three very highly competent people of different backgrounds. So that's all I got to say.
Dan Smith, you're next.
So I'd like to just answer Mike on that. The town of Stonington went out and had three very competent selectmen or select ladies present a budget, and their Board of Finance went through that budget line by line, and they made cuts. That is our job, to go through this budget line by line to make cuts. That is our job. I have a couple of questions, like the Wheeler Library. Do we need to be giving them $15,000 this year? We got $9,000 going to land acquisition fund. Do we need that? I understand, Mike, that you're saying that, it's, a little here, a little there, we're going over these little amounts, but a lot of the little amounts add up to big amounts that when we have that conversation about the undesignated fund, won't be as big of a discussion if we are smart with our cuts. I'm disappointed about the F-250. I think that's something that came out, but it went down. So I'd like to make a motion to cut line C3 115 land acquisition fund back down to $1,000.
I would second it, Dan.
So Dan has made the motion to cut line item C3.115 land acquisition from 9,000 back to 1, seconded by Paul. Any discussion? Sarah?
Yeah, I think we have to be careful of cutting things that are intended to add up over time, so we don't have large appropriations or large budget items later. The purpose of this, my understanding is, so the account grows over time so that we can actually make an acquisition if we need to, or it would be beneficial to the town to do so. And if you drop it from 9,000 to 1,000, at that point, why put anything in it at all, quite frankly?
Dan, can I rebut that?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Dan.
The one thing with that land acquisition fund is every piece of property that we buy, and it either goes to Avalonia or goes into trust, that comes off the tax rolls. That is obviously we need to be stewards of the town to buy properties that is strategic per the POCD. But we have to be strategic about it. We just can't be dumping money into a fund and then just keep on buying more property that is going to be coming off the tax rolls. At some point, we're going to have to hit a certain level where we're like, all right, we are satisfied as a town that we have that. It would be nice to have either a presentation to find out about what level that is, but that's a conversation down the road, and we're here now. But
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Dan. I don't think one precludes the other. I think you can be strategic and still build your fund. So,
But how much is in that fund right now? We're saying each year we put money into that fund.
it's a good question. How much is in the fund?
Yeah, Christine, do you have that number?
Yep, there's currently $72,000 in the land acquisition fund.
So there is money. It's not like we have $10,000 or $5,000 or $14 in there. There's a chunk of money in there, and usually that money is matched funding from an agency or a conservative, some other entity that we usually team up with. We just teamed up one this year. So me personally, I feel comfortable with dropping it down to $1,000 for this year. I yield.
And I'm going to go to you next, then Brett.
I was simply going to say that you have said multiple times that we are not a real estate agency. It is not our job to hold land. And it takes away from the grand list. And I don't think we can afford to keep doing that. And so I am quite fine with taking this down to 1,000 or actually down to nothing. I yield.
Just kind of in response, I mean, things I've talked about are land that is owned by the town now that is not used for recreation, and maybe it's used for buffer purposes, but it's something that, so I would talk about North Main, I would talk about Winnechaug. I think what the intent here is buying land that could be common space, recreational space. So just a little clarity there. Brett, you're next.
Yeah, I agree with Dan that it should come down. I do think that we need to monitor some of this, of what we reduce one year. I think when it comes to any board, commission, or fund like this, that we look to try to make up for that the next year, and then we reduce somewhere else next year to make up, and we need to keep that plan kind of revolves every year. So we look at different items. I do know with the land acquisition fee, it's not only, I know we look at it as to purchase land, but when they did that amendment, I think it was a few years ago, it's also related to preservation costs of the land and parcels that we do have. So that is one use of these funds that I know it's not talked about much, but it is in our ordinance that it's used to help maintain those. It could be used to maintain those lands. So I just, like I said, I agree with Dan that this year it probably should come down, but I think in future years we need to make sure we balance this out over a certain amount of time. So it's not one for one every year. We're saying every year that has to come down, just like any other item that we take down this year. But Dan, I do agree that it is the Board of Finance's job to go through a budget and come down to something that's as much palatable as we think. But I also have to say, at some point, we do have to move it to a town hearing and let the town talk and give us really feedback on the whole budget as a whole. And then we have that luxury to come back and sit and go through a grueling meeting of saying, hey, all these comments were brought up. These people want this in the budget, and a lot of people want this out of the budget. So as low as we possibly can that we're comfortable with, and the feedback of where the cuts need to come or where some changes have to happen. agree, Dan, that we have to look at some of these cuts like this. Thank you.
Any
yield.
other discussion? All right, why don't we move the motion then? And the motion is to decrease line 7, 3.115 land acquisition from 9,000 to 1,000. Dan Smith,
Yay.
Point of order, it's from 10,000 to 1,000.
let me just check that. You may be right. Maybe it was a $9,000 increase.
It was.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mike, for that.
Yep.
Okay, so we ended with Dan Smith, Carolyn Howell,
Yay.
Paul Simon,
Yay.
Mike Anderson,
Nay.
Ann Aiken.
Yay,
I'm sorry, Ann, was that a yay or a nay?
yay.
Okay. And I am a nay. So that motion does pass 4-0. And that line item will go from 10,000 to 1,000. Right. Anything else in the budget that needs to be talked about? Ann?
I would like to bring up the topic of the first selectman's salary. Going back over the minutes from several years ago, it was very clearly stated that when Christine was brought on board, the first selectman position would go to part-time. That was May 24th of 2018, I believe. I know we have stated several times that we don't want to cut Mike's pay. He took the position at a certain salary and that should be respected. But this is the point in time, if we are going to consider taking that position to part-time, to talk about where that salary for the person coming on board should be and how that affects this budget line. I yield.
Any comment relative to Ann's comment? Carolyn?
Yes, I was there for those meetings. I was a part of those discussions, and that was the intent of the Board of Finance, that we added Christine's position as a way to stabilize, the town hall, the financial part of it. So once she was onboarded, the selectman's position was to be cut back to part-time. And I agree with Ann that it should be done now.
All right, the only comment, Paul, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine, Dan. No, I agree. And I think with also with what helps is with Mike's declaration that he won't be running this year. This is the time for any new candidates to know that the new salary will be adjusted. So if it's going to happen, I think now is the appropriate time to certainly have those discussions and choose whatever level of pay we think appropriate based on the amazing job that Christine and folks in town hall are doing. That's all, Dan.
All right, any other comment? Brett?
Yeah, I agree with some of those comments. And I did do a lot of research on this a few years ago to see where first selectman salaries range when they have the administrative health weekly due. So I do think it's something that needs to be looked at. But in regards to Mike's current role, so if something were to be adjusted, you'd have to really adjust it to go into effect in November, end of November. Is that what you're looking to do with
Yes.
something? So,
Yes.
So it wouldn't be the straight budget decrease. You'd have to prorate it almost, correct?
Well, essentially, you'd put the salary, if you're gonna take it back to 50% time position, you would put the salary at 75% to cover 100% of Mike until November, and then 50% of the person going forward.
Okay, I just wanted to, yeah, clarify the November timeline is what you're looking.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I yield.
Dan Smith,
From accounting standpoint, how would we have to do that? Would you have to do that over like 2 line items, fund one line item partially, and then go to another one? I'm just thinking of the accountant wise of, we're funding it for a portion of the year, and then a new salary is going to take up at another portion. Is that going to create an accounting nightmare if we go down that path? I'm not an accountant, so I yield to the accountants and lawyers on this.
Christine can help, but at first brush on my side, I would say, no, it would not be a problem.
Yeah, I think we would kind of do an internal itemization of it, and what I would do in OpenGov is I would make it 2 separate lines within that one actual line item,
Like
put
a
the
subline.
amount that we would need for the full salary for the one for the half, and then the half salary for the other one for the other half.
So you would do it amongst that B100 amongst that line, kind of like Norwich Wesley Road. It's kind of like a sub line underneath there, and you would divide it out and everything. Correct.
Exactly.
I remember I brought this up my first year about the selectman's salary. I know they did remove the first selectman out of the pension system for this year. I'd like to get a dollar amount of what that would be yearly for that, going forward for that. And also, I think if we're gonna bring this to the town, we should be having this discussion and bringing it to the hearing with this change be made. Because this, Dan Spring, Paul Simon, and I also stood on the committee to discuss, changes in government. And I think this would be something that people would want to hear about. So I yield.
Yeah, I think that we had proposed, the triad between the first selectman, our finance director, and our planning and zoning land use professional. I'm having a little bit of difficulty thinking that the Board of Finance can alter the administrative team. And I think it should go to the town to see if the town can be comfortable in moving the selectman's position to part-time, and not it just being considered a budget item. I think we're talking about the leadership of the town. Mike, I think you were first, then Sarah.
Yeah, Dan, I would agree with you. This is a major change, and I know it's been discussed, but I don't think it's our decision to make. And, given all the time that our select men and women are giving to this town, I think we'd have to have a whole town meeting on it to talk about what the selectman does on a day-to-day basis in their present role with Christine, how many man hours they're putting in, and how, what the detriment would be to the town should they have to cut their hours down. And furthermore, if you're going to discuss reducing the salary of the first selectman, I would increase the salary of the other selectmen, because they're putting in an inordinate amount of time themselves for a measly $2,700. So, I think it might be penny wise, pound foolish here to do this without a lot of input from other people that are actually in those positions. I yield.
Brett, you're up.
Yeah, Dan, this was just back when you talked about going that we have to discuss making it going from full-time to a part-time position. The first selectman's role is technically, there's not a part-time or full-time position designation within the state statute or with our own guidelines. There's no set hours. So I don't think that a discussion saying full-time to part-time is really it. I do think that ultimately it's the salary and how much time someone's willing to put into it and not put into it. But right now there are no guidelines regarding hours or the amount of hours worked. And there's nothing in the state statute that dictates that this is a full-time or part-time position. I just wanted to bring that to your attention on that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sarah, you're next, then Paul.
Yeah, I had a lot of questions when it was first brought up, and most of them I don't think would be answered by us, right? Like the selectmen unanimously voted to move the salaries ahead as is, knowing that this is an election year. So I would imagine that we would want to kick that back and at least ask for guidance to the selectmen on why they chose to push it forward the way they did, and are they, planning to do sort of an assessment. I get it. I get that it's a budget line item, and I get that when you approved Christine's salary a few years ago, it was with the intention that the selectman budget would come down. I think Dan, you already said it, it's the administration of the town. So I don't know that we should be making the decision on how the town is going to administrate the selectmen offices. We should look to them to come back to us with what their thoughts are on that.
Thank you. Paul?
I was just going to echo what Brett had beat me to. It wasn't me or anybody else supporting the role going from full-time to part-time to overtime, whatever we want to call it. It's strictly a salary item. We brought on a new role with Christine coming on board, doing a fantastic job, picked up a lot of the stuff that the first selectman had done in years past. I think it's now time to make that call and reduce the future selectman salary to what he or she might be willing to come in and do the work for. I don't know if this is a 20-hour-a-week job, a 40-hour-a-week job, or a 60-hour-a-week job, but someone has to go in there with eyes wide open about what the new salary, if it does change, what that might be. So again, nothing about full-time or part-time, just strictly dollars and cents. That's all, Dan. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that, Paul and Dan, you were part of it, and we really saw the top administrator for selectmen, or whatever we're going to call it, to be the person to be kind of the strategic leader of the town in terms of doing the exploratory, the discovery, what would be beneficial for the town to take on and I'm not sure that you get that necessarily with a part-time person, but I still would come back to putting weight on. I think it's something that the townspeople should be cognizant of and kind of weigh in as to what has been the role and the responsibility of the first selectman, and how that may or may not be needed as we move forward, as opposed to it being just considered a budget item. So I think it's something that could be brought to a town meeting. I mean, why not? So that's kind of how I would leave it. I don't think it's something that should be not discussed, but I think it should be a little more encompassing, as opposed to, we haven't done a review of our first selectman in terms of his accomplishments, his relative to his responsibilities and job definition. So, I mean, for us to just cut the salary, I mean, to me, just doesn't ring to be right. So, Mike Ergo.
I think it's been discussed. So I've given my feedback on it, and I think the concern with it, at least from my perspective, would be that we would be pigeonholing ourselves into a smaller pool of candidates that could take the job, because the reality of the job is that it often is. It's a lot of hours, and I can tell you over the last year, it's been insane the amount of hours with all the COVID stuff, and that was on top of what it used to be. But regardless of all that, I would suggest, because this has been talked about so often, that you do suggest a cut to the salary and bring it to this hearing, so that the people can have that discussion now. Because I think you are all right. That this would be the opportune time, if a change was to be suggested, that it be made now. I don't favor it. I do not think it's a good decision, based on the fact that I think we want to be able to have a good pool of candidates to choose from, and you're not going to get people, you would have to, it basically makes it so you're only going to be able to try to get somebody who's, retired, that is kind of doing it on the side. And I'm not really sure that's what we're looking for. It could be, but I think it's a greater discussion. I think that's what you're saying now. So Dan, you said to send it to town meeting, but truly, if you want it to have an effect this November, it's not going to get to a town meeting in a timely fashion. I mean, unless we call it for a discussion on this Friday's town meeting. I mean, the meeting that we call this Friday. And I don't think we're prepared to have that discussion, like, you know what I mean? There's already enough on that town meeting probably that's shaping up. So I guess what I would say is, if you're serious about it, maybe you should just cut it and it'll be, let the people weigh in at the hearing. And maybe you end up putting it back in, or maybe you don't. I don't know. That's my feedback.
I think one of the things I kind of linked to all of this, though, Mike, is the POCD and what has been charted in the POCD, and what the responsibilities of the administration of the town has been relative to the POCD, and that we're not far from another POCD being revised for another 10-year period. So, I mean, I think about economic development, for instance. I mean, and some of us have been in on those discussions. I mean, to do the exploration on how do we move the town forward just on that front is really consuming. So, so it's just a matter of how is it brought forward, as opposed to we're just making a cut and this is our justification for making the cut. Because contrary to what Mike is saying, yes, we can bring it forward to a town hearing, but we bring it forward with a cut with a sense of justification. And from my chair, I don't think I'm there. Paul Simon?
I'm hearing you about the discussion with the town. I guess I'd ask Ann, was there a number in mind that you were thinking was appropriate, for the line item to be reduced? I know that.
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm thinking of cutting it by about 17,000, which is about 25%.
Okay, if you were willing to bring that forward, other than it being a budget decrease, what's the justification? So I mean, I think as a Board of Finance, we have to have a sense of, okay, is it because we're in hard times and we don't need a selectman who's full-time? I mean,
the justification is that this is what the town agreed to when we brought on Christine Diaz. And I believe it is time to honor what the town agreed to.
Other than, I don't remember it being a vote by the town, though. and then I can stand corrected.
It was put into the budget, and at the budget hearing it was explained to the town that Christine Diaz was being put into the budget, and the intent was, once she became established and knew the job, the first selectman position was going to be put back to part-time.
Or at least the salary reduced. I mean, part-time, I don't want to get hung up on those labels.
Well, right, okay.
Yeah. But that,
Yes.
I think that's a fair feel for what that discussion was like, yeah. And I know we talked about it a couple of years ago, but it was unfair for someone enrolled to reduce his or her salary at that moment. But, you know, I'd be supportive of a motion like that to try to do this now. And then, again, we make adjustments all the time after hearings. If the townsfolk believe this is the wrong way, I think we'll hear that. But I think if we hope to get a budget approved here tonight to get moved to a hearing, you know, we should probably move this forward.
Sarah, and then, you know, if we're at that point, I'll entertain somebody bringing forward a motion. Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think minimally, with zero research, proposing a salary is a bit of a concern to me. I think even if you go ahead with the cut, and I'm happy to volunteer, should have at least one or two people actually look at what is reasonable. I mean, I've done some quick Googling in the background during the conversation. The last report done by the state of Connecticut was from like 1995. So I think it would take a little bit, but not a ton of effort to sort of pull that data together. I do think we can't, I get the ask and the concern, but just going in and sort of haphazardly, and that's, I'm not implying that's what you're doing, but just going in and just sort of making up a number just feels wrong.
Sarah, if I could just add, I did that research for this discussion, I think 2 budget cycles ago. And I did a full analysis of like towns based on both population and budget size and what the selectmen, not just the first selectman salary, but also like the team. And I have all that, and I'm happy to, re-share that. And it was based on that information that we did not recommend any sort of change to the first selectman's salary. We didn't, I think every budget cycle, to be fair, I've recommended an increase to the first selectman's salary. I think I've done that every year, probably since I've been here, and it's never really made it through, except when we had, I think, one incremental 2% increase that was in line with what the other increases were with the union and non-union. But in general, my feeling is that it's underfunded, just as I feel that the selectmen salaries are underfunded. So I think there's different perceptions. Some people felt like when we hired the admin finance that there should be a reduction in this first selectman. And there's some people that did not get that takeaway. So I think that there's different perceptions. And my only point is that the Board of Finance continues to talk about this, even though information's been brought forth, at least from me, with the opposite. But it continues to be talked about. So I think if it's going to continue to be talked about, then you probably should bring it to the town if it's something that you feel strongly about. I strongly disagree. I think it's a very bad idea. And I think it kind of puts us in a bad position as a town to do something like this. So that's my opinion. I'm sitting in the seat, so I think I have a pretty good vantage point. But certainly I respect anything that you guys want to move forward, and we'll go through whatever process you feel is appropriate.
Yeah, Mike, I have a conflicting committee meetings on Tuesday, so I don't know when you shared it, but would be happy to review it if you don't mind sending it to the Board of Finance distribution list. Thank you.
I will do that.
Right, Brett, you're next, then Mike.
Yeah, obviously Mike and I have different, we did different reviews because I did it as well prior to the last election. And the numbers were different when you look at the services of both that Christine provides us and the salary for that, and also what Mike does, because there are certain towns, well, that, you know, their first selectman also ran their highway department and things like that. So you have to look at all those aspects. But if you look at a lot of the surrounding towns around us, yeah, our salaries in range to a certain extent. But if you look at Griswold, for instance, the first selectman makes $52,000 a year there. They have a $10 million larger budget and revenue than we do. So there are a lot of things that go into it, but it does come up to the expectations. I was at that meeting when it was presented, and it was a hard sell for, I want to say, it wasn't the first go around that the town having a admin finance person was brought up. You know, that was the final title when it was all said and done, but it was talked about for quite a few years. But that was the sell to the town, that this would then reduce the first selectman's salary. So overall cost of management of the town wouldn't be a huge increase. I have to agree with Mike Urgo that, you know, maybe now is the time to do that and bring it to the town and hear it at the hearing, because I can tell you this has gone around a lot, and every time it's not the right time, or we can't do it while somebody's in office. So I have to say, maybe he's right that now is the time, and hear it at the hearing, whether there's a big pushback from it, and go from there. But I think it is important, no matter what happens, that whoever is running for first selectman in the fall knows what that salary will be. So it's not done in the middle of someone's term. It should never be done in the middle of someone's term. Thank you.
Mike Anderson, you're next.
Oh, I hope I don't lose my AirPods, which again have died during the length of this meeting. My phone's on 5%, so I can't plug in my AirPods because my power is using for my phone. Not being said.
Mike, I think you want me to come over and give you a free IT upgrade over there. I think that's what you're.
No, I don't think so. I think we need to speed this thing up. One problem I have, I mean, I understand all your points. I mean, I think the main goal of Christine's position is not monetary. It's to provide continuity with administrations changing potentially every 2 years. And these people are not CEOs of companies, generally speaking, or business owners and people that are doing profit and losses and what have you, and being the CEO of a town. It's to provide continuity, and it certainly is going to do that. But it also frees that first selectman up to do other things that promote the town and spend those hours moving our town forward, meeting with other towns, meeting with the state, meeting with whatever constituents needed to be met with to figure out what this town needs. And I would, I don't mind it being part of the discussion at the hearing. I think I strongly disagree that we should be lowering this amount absent a serious discussion at that hearing. I think if you lower it now, anybody who's a potential candidate for next year is going to feel sheepish getting up there and say, hey, whoa, I'm not going to run now that you're lowering this. I mean, they can get up there and maybe argue, yes, I think it should be lowered a little bit. It's a weird dynamic to put people in that are planning to run to argue for or against this. And it's really, I'd hate to see us lose the potential of fields for people who want to serve. Again, going to my point of increasing the salaries for boards of selectmen. I mean, the selectmen and selectwomen of the town. So I think it's part of the hearing. It should be part of the hearing. I'm not sold on one way or the other. I think we get plenty of value out of this, of the dollars that we're spending. Is well worth it. But I think it should be part of the discussion, and that can happen on the 19th, which is a month. It gives us time to really get out there and find the details between Mike's position that it's money's well spent and Brett's position saying that we're overspending. So I yield.
So Mike, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying leave the budget as it is, but it should be a point of discussion.
Absolutely correct.
Right. Dan Smith?
Did Sarah have her hand up?
I think because Sarah had weighed in just a minute ago, I figured I'd
Okay.
with a fresh voice and go back to Sarah.
So, yeah, I think it needs to be a part of the discussion at the town meeting or the town hearing. But I think we own the numbers to the budget. We sit here, we add, we subtract. We kind of have to give a datum point to everybody that is going to be sitting in that meeting of what that number is going to be and how we are going to bring up that subject. Is it just going to be, they're going to look at it and say 65, they're going to be just around $65,000. We kind of have to give them this is what we're looking at for a number, instead of just saying, we're thinking about cutting it. And they're going to say, well, how much are you going to cut it? And they're going to say, well, half, 3/4. I think we have to kind of give them a starting point of, hey, this is what we're thinking. And they could say it could go up a little bit more. It could go up back to where it was. Or they could say cut it in half. But I think we have to, if we're gonna broach the subject with them in a meeting, I think we have to give them a datum point.
Okay. One thing I would agree with that, but I think, and I've used this term before, that all of us elected officials act as stewards of the town. And stewards of the town are bringing value and benefit to the town. And sometimes we get caught in the snapshot of just today, but I think we also have to look for the future as well. And in terms of the POCD, I mentioned that, that's been ratified by the town. I mean, there's a lot in there that, can it be met by a part-time, using part-time first administrator? Yes, it's the numbers, but we're also stewards in terms of understanding where we are now and where we want to go. Sarah, you're next.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I know, Dan, I don't disagree, Dan Smith, with you in terms of, having to have a position, but I think in addition to the number, we need to have the why. And right now we don't really have the why. We just have we want to cut, but we're not articulating why that number is the correct number. I've spent a year looking at towns that are demographically and geographically similar to ours to compare other data points. I don't think it would be that hard to do at least a gut check of the numbers to get to a defendable number. I yield.
Dan, you were up first, and Carolyn.
I'll yield to Carolyn.
Okay, Carolyn.
I just think as stewards to the town and the taxpayers, that when we say we're going to do something, that we need to follow through and do it. I think that Anne has justified where she got the number from. I think it's fair and reasonable. And I think next year, when we have these same discussions about the next selectman that's in office, perhaps they're going to be doing a bang up job, and and you would feel like this is the right thing to do at that time, raise it back up. But I think when we had all of these initial discussions, and there were a lot of them, and a lot of people were really on the fence about it, and that was the one thing that brought them over. It's like, okay, we're going to bring on this financial manager to provide continuity to the town, like Mike Anderson said. And so no matter what else happened with the selectmen coming and going from office, that one person would remain the same and keep things moving along properly. And they would have that historical knowledge and be able to share that information like Christine does. I mean, she knows what's going on with the budget. She prepares the budgets. We're having all these discussions. She provides the answers to us. So we need that person. We have her. She's doing a great job. And I just think it's important to, again, regain the trust of the people. We've told them this is what we're going to do. I think we should do it. And that's not to say that they won't have a difference of opinion, but I think we have to restore the trust in people and let the people decide. I mean, if they want to bump it up, they're going to tell us that with their votes, and they're going to have those conversations with us. But I think we have to be responsible and respect the trust that we were given when we put this position in place in the first place. And that's all I have to say about it.
Dan?
Oh, sorry, I had my hand up.
And then we come to Mike Anderson.
I'm kind of curious to hear Christine's perspective on this, given the fact that she interacts with Mike all the time, and how much the first selectman job allows her to seamlessly do her job, and what a reduction in hours would do to not just hers, but would she be able to do her job in the amount of hours that she puts in? Is this going to cause an effect of increasing the time and therefore the expected salary of the administrative position? So I'm just kind of curious about that. I don't want to see, because you have a tandem team here that work together to try to move the town forward and do so, intimately, between the two of them. So, Christine, you have a perspective on this?
Yeah, so taking people out of the roles, it truly is a triangle of leadership between the admin finance officer, the first selectman position, and the planning development and zoning officer. We have meetings weekly where we review things, but there's so many things that come up day to day that we all have to work together on. The first selectman is the CEO of the town. So there are so many things that fall to that position, whether it's something as small as signing off on paperwork that they're the only person that is legally allowed to sign off on, particular certain meetings that happen on the state level that, again, it needs to be the CEO that is attending those meetings, representing the town in certain negotiations, in certain scenarios. You guys all know, I put in my hours, I'm there all the time, I'm here with you all the time. But there are things that I just am not empowered to do, nor would I ever be empowered to do in this form of government. This is not a town manager role. I am not the leader of the town. The elected official is the leader of the town. So whether you're looking, taking part-time, full-time out of the equation, if you're just looking at the leader of the town and the amount of compensation you can offer that person to make sure that the person that wants to run for it can still provide the amount of time that they need to get everything done. That's how you should be looking at it. So I do think that it's necessary that you compensate that person in a way that you're not limiting who you're attracting to the role. It to me, it is a full-time, taking it back to full-time, part-time. It is a full-time role because there is so much stuff that happens during the day, at night, on weekends. You know, no one wants me to be leading a parade. No one wants to see me as that person, but that is what the first selectman should be doing. So, you know, silly things like that, or very, very important things. You know, the first selectman has a lot that they need to be responsible for, and they are fully responsible legally in all forms of the word for everything that happens in this town. So those are the things you want to think about if you're talking about reducing the compensation. It's a lot of liability that that person is taking on in that role. So that is my opinion on that. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Christine. Dan Smith, your hand's up.
Yeah, I know that they took the first selectman out of the pension system. What is that dollar amount worth?
So
Christine?
it's 10% of the salary is what is given. So I want to say it was a reduction of $6,000 from the original budget. I want to say it was $6,625 because we had increased the salary in the prior round and then it was cut. So as the salary stands in the budget right now, it's $64,948. So it would be a reduction of $6,495. And that has been already represented in the pension line, which is B20.06.
Okay, so is there a motion on the table right now?
There is not.
There is not. So my view on this whole thing is it's either we're going to to put to the town. It's either we're going to reduce the salary and put the pension back in to give some incentive if you're going to reduce the yearly salary, if you serve the required terms. There is some initiative or whatever you want to call it to serve, or we reduce the salary a little less and then take the pension out completely. So for discussion, I'd like to make a motion to reinstate the pension for the first selectman and reduce the selectman's salary to $50,000 a year.
Second.
Can I ask a point of clarification?
Sure.
So the 50,000, that would be for the new person moving forward, not technically a reduction of that line to $50,000.
Yeah, it would have to be the prorated amount, correct?
Thank you.
Okay, so I think, Ann, was that you who seconded the motion?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor, reducing the salary of the first selectman to $50,000, but with a reinstatement of the pension, which would be roughly 10% of that. And it would be prorated over the fiscal year. Any other discussion? All right, then we move the motion. Dan Smith,
Yay.
Carolyn Howell,
I actually had some discussion. We didn't even talk about, like you're talking about restoring a pension, but we didn't even talk about if there were benefits involved. So I don't know. At this point, I'm going to abstain on this one. There's been too many back and forth about this. Thank you.
Paul,
I'm gonna vote yay for this.
Mike,
No.
Ann,
Yay.
and I vote no. So we have 3, 2, 1. And the motion passes. Right. Time is at 9:35, give or take a minute or two. And are we ready to put forward the budget?
Yeah.
Ann Aiken, you got your hand up?
I had one last question, and that is, there was an additional person put into planning and zoning. Was that person taken out, or is that person still in?
Christine, maybe you can find it quicker than I.
It is in B34 .071. It's the wages for the Inland Wetlands Officer, and it's increasing his responsibilities to also help with zoning enforcement. So it's an increase of $4,241.88. So it's an increase of duties and responsibilities for an existing position.
Yeah.
Okay, so there isn't a new position coming in now.
Correct.
Okay, fine.
I do remember
all
that discussion, yeah. Christine, do you have the numbers that we've talked about at this point and can plug them into?
So
Open
right
up.
now I'm doing the calculations on the prorated first selectman stuff. So if you give me a little bit,
Oh, yeah, sure.
maybe if you want to adjourn on, or not adjourn, sorry, move forward on the agenda on a different item while I can do this calculations, and then we can circle back.
Yep.
I just need a little bit. Sorry.
We can do that. We didn't talk much about the reports, but to just bring your attention to the tax report. We're a little over 94% in collected. And still outstanding a little over 5%. So we can't lose our eye on that. And we do have a new collection agency, as we brought up like a week ago, now employed. And we do have properties that are with an attorney for lien. Ann?
Do we have any expectation of how much of this we'll be able to recover before the end of the fiscal year?
Well, the mandate is we need to get as much as possible without anticipation. The expectation is 100%. Now, historically, we've been able to meet our 98.5 or better. So there's an absolute expectation there. And I think Karen and our new collection agency will continue to bring pressure to bear to bring those tax revenues in.
I guess I'm concerned that if we can't bring in that additional 5%, how is that going to affect us going forward with the next year's budget?
It's a revenue shortfall.
Can I make a comment?
Yep.
We had, I don't know the number of accounts offhand, but we did have a second deferral program because of COVID-19. So there were some people that took advantage of that opportunity to have a an interest exemption for 3 months to defer their payment for the second installment. So that may be making up at least a portion of that current 5% shortage. So instead of their taxes being due January 1st, they're due April 1st. So that's.
So we would know better after April 1st.
Correct.
Okay.
Does somebody have some?
Yeah,
Brett,
Dan, yeah. Question, who chooses the collection agency, and what's the percentage they take, or how's it work? I know it was in a law office prior, I believe, right? And then we just switched, but who makes that decision, and what percentage do they take as they collect? So is that calculated anywhere in here?
The agency, it's again, it's an administrative responsibility. So First Selectman is overseeing this in conjunction with Christine and the tax collector.
I'm pretty sure that if I remember, Christine, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you asked the Board of Finance if they wanted involvement in this before anything was done, and they shifted it back to the tax collector and yourself. Is that correct, Christine?
That is correct. And the fee that is collected by the agency is above and beyond. It's a 15% on top of what we're receiving. So nothing is being taken away from the amount that the town is recouping on the tax and interest. But it is a 15% that they take above. And this is for personal property and motor vehicle. Our real estate is still with Lloyd Langhammer, who's the attorney that you're thinking of, Brett.
Okay. Yeah, I thought he was having some issues, so I thought we switched.
Not that I'm aware of. We are still receiving payments from him regularly. So.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Christine, you need a little more time.
Yes, you guys keep asking me other questions that are diverting my attention. But I'm working on it.
I'll apologize for that. Leave Christine alone.
Dan, I was asking you. I wasn't asking Christine.
I didn't know what the percentage was. And when it was talked about, I said, to me, that's administrative. You know, I don't think the Board of Finance is going to interview collection agencies. I mean, it just
makes sense.
But they were asked, we did give the Board of Finance that opportunity. So just so you know, Brett, they were asked, and I think you deferred it back to us. So.
All right, I must have missed that meeting, but yeah, understandable.
But just so everyone knows, we did reach out to other towns in the area and see who they used, and then we solicited proposals from every company that we could find. So, and then they were reviewed by the office. So.
Others on the agenda, we went over the unassigned. I don't know if anybody else needs to have a little more clarity there, but we talked about that earlier. Everyone okay with that? And on the Board of Finance policy review, I know that Sarah presented a draft. I don't know if we're prepared tonight to go over that and approve it.
Sarah probably wants us to be over it and get it approved so she can get it off.
Well, I thought you guys would be so excited to read this new policy.
I read the words excited in her email, so.
Email was very motivating.
I laughed, I cried, it was fantastic.
As you should.
Yes, thank you for doing that.
What I would like to do on that, to do it just time, Sarah, is probably move it to our next meeting, hoping that we get through a higher priority here tonight. That's
Sure.
okay.
Yeah, no problem.
How about previous minutes? Any of you review previous minutes?
I saw a bunch of those come out too.
And
We
thank-
can table those too if you want.
Yeah, we'll table them, but thank you for getting them out. Under future strategies, again, looking at the budget schedule, we talked about it earlier with some input from Anita Kincaid. What he didn't repeat in there is the FOI training that's coming up March 29th at 7 p.m. And Mike, I'm assuming that's going to be conducted via webinar or Zoom? Mike Urgo?
Yes, you all have received a calendar invite as well as an email with the logon instructions for that. It is via Zoom, so hope to see everybody there.
Thank you, Mike.
30 more seconds.
Yeah.
Dan, are we gonna go back to future strategies after we wrap this up with Christine? I just have one thing I wanted to ask about.
We can do that now. Go ahead.
Okay, so I know that there's provisions within the Connecticut law about potential tax freezes or tax relief for seniors. I was wondering if we would ever be interested in reviewing that, or how that would normally get brought forward, just because I hear what Anne and Caroline and other folks are saying about people who are struggling. Typically our seniors are the ones who are on fixed income. It would be worth maybe an assessment of what the impact could potentially be if we did go with something like that. But just wanted to ask how that would normally be discussed.
No, I think that's something worth bringing forward in light of the environment we're in.
Yeah, Sarah, that's a great point. Yeah, they're really laid out there, and I do think we should discuss it, especially with everything going on. Those freezes or potential savings for the seniors, I think they're going to be the hardest hit. That's a great point.
Yeah, we'll see if we can bring something forward for the next meeting, Sarah.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Sarah. That's great.
Okay. Ready. If I'm unmuted. Okay, good. Okay, so I included the Board of Ed number from their presentation.
Yes.
I want to confirm that I was supposed to do that. Okay, so I have a general government number of 5,275,716, a redemption of debt number of 1,382,949, an education number of 14,371,465, and a capital number of 272,253, which is a total of $21,302,383. And that includes the change to 298 Norwich Wesley Road. It includes the reduction of the land acquisition fund. It includes the 5 month at the current rate for the first selectman, 7 months at the new rate for the first selectman, and an increase of $3,000 to the pension. Okay, so we need to talk about the current first selectman pension amount, because I only added 3,000 because of the new person. So I need to add a little bit more, which will only take a minute, because I think that's the intention. Correct? Or is it reinstating the pension for just the new person?
Reinstating just for the new person.
So it's just the 3,000.
Correct.
So my number is fine.
That's a 5-year vest. You have to be vested for 5 years. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Christine, you were going to say what the delta is from last year's spending to this year's spending?
I can put it into my spreadsheet to get that information.
Wait a minute. I just want to make sure I understand what you're trying to do, and I'm not sure that you can do what you're trying to do here. You're either, the motion was to reinstate the pension for the first selectman, as I understood it. So that would be for the first selectman, regardless of whether the first selectman's working. It doesn't matter. There's no change in the status of the first selectman. It's just they're going to be making less money come November. So Christine, as you're figuring out the pension, there is no pause in the pension. It continues. So it's just a matter of prorating it based on a lesser salary in November. And I don't know if you have, do you have the ability to do that right now? I know it's a little more complicated.
No, it's fine. So the new pension amount would be $5,625. So I just need to add that difference in. So again, just give me 1 second and it'll only change the government operating number and the total. So just a minute. Turn my camera off so you guys couldn't see me doing my math.
I shut my camera off so I can eat a Girl Scout cookie so people couldn't see.
Otherwise, you'd have to bring enough to share with the whole class.
That was my point.
Okay, so your new general government number is 5,278,341. For a new overall total of 21,305,008.
Can you say that one more time, Christine? That's the total for this year.
That's the new total that you would move forward to the budget hearing. Yes.
Can you say, I didn't write it fast enough. Sorry.
Yes. It is $21,305,008. So 21,305,008.
Thank you.
I'm just cross-checking myself in one other spot. Yes, I'm good. Okay. So you were asking for percentage changes. So the percentage change for government operating is 3.32%. The change for redemption of debt is 14.84%. Education, 1.78%. Capital is a reduction of 14.97%. For an overall increase of 2.66%. And I can repeat those numbers if people need that.
Why don't you just repeat the percentages one more time? General government operating?
Yes, general government operating 3.32%. Redemption of debt 14.84%.
Stays the same, yeah.
Education 1.78%. Capital is a reduction of 14.97%. for a total increase of 2.66%.
Yeah, which is $552,247.
Dan, can you say your number one more time? 500?
$552,247.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So you said a mill is about 500,000.
573.
Okay. So it's like 1.8 when you add in the revenue shortfall of the 0.8.
And Christine, are you still with us? You're just staying blanked out.
Yes, sorry, I've been typing things in spreadsheets. So I muted myself so you didn't hear the clacking of the key.
Right, so if we put everything in on OpenGov on these numbers, what does the number look like?
Are you looking for a potential mill rate? Is that the number? Okay, so I need to do that in my other spreadsheet. So one moment.
Dan, we're calculating this with the full amount back to the undesignated fund. Is that right?
The 0.8.
Okay.
Revenue increases, I mean, that increases 0.96 mils.
What was that, Mike?
I'm glad you asked. I was just gonna ask the same thing.
The 552,247 is 0.96.
Makes sense.
We're back up to 29.06.
So I'm getting 29.4 with 34,000 going back into the undesignated fund with an 85% collection rate. Not 85, 98.5. Sorry.
That seemed like great news actually at 84%. I was like, whoa, there is room.
Lots of numbers being thrown around. Sorry.
Where'd you start out with then? I thought we were at 27.3.
You start at 27.4. So at 27.4, that has that's where you need to be equal to not be taking anything out of the undesignated fund to balance for.
So we're adding the 0.8 just to do that,
Right.
which already brings us to 28.2. And we've got an increase of 552,247.
Which is 0.96.
But you also had a reduction in your revenue in general. So you all are only looking at the expense side when you're looking at your $21,305,008. But when you look at the revenue side, there's a shortfall, not taking into consideration the 440,000 you're taking from the undesignated fund to square up last year. There's a shortfall of $96,998 in the revenue side. And that's represented from the items we talked about at prior meetings, removal of the sale of the tanker truck, removal of one-time revenue sources like the Eversource energy credit, we did have the addition of the 5 students for the tuition, but you also had removal of a difference in the obligated capital line. So there's a variety of things that make up that difference.
So long story short, we're not starting at 27.4. That's not, so the 8% increase that we talked about 3 weeks in a row is not accurate.
The 27.4 is looking at the current grand list and the current mill rate to try to get to what it represents at the new grand list number. So if it was apples to apples and the exact same budget of last year, of the current year for next year. Dan, am I explaining that right?
Yes.
So if we had exactly the same revenue and exactly the same expenses, which we do not.
Right. That was just to make us flat.
But Christine, you're saying that we need an additional 96,000 in revenue?
Yes.
Which would have to come from
Almost
the,
97,000. It's 96,998. So round it to 97,000.
so I mean, the only place where that could come out of would be the unassigned.
Well, let's just keep it as a, so what's that as, it seemed like it was about 0.3.
So I have you up to a 29.4 mill rate. So going back to your original math, if you start with the 27.4 and you add the 0.8 and then
And
you
point-
add 0.3 for the redemption of debt, then I have written down 0.44 for the Board of Ed, but I don't know if that was based on what.
The redemption of debt's already in there, Christine.
No, so if you're looking at the 27, I'm starting from scratch. So it's 27.4, not looking at Board of Ed, not looking at general government or capital,
I see what you're saying.
starting from the very beginning. This was just the figures that I have written from next week, or no, last week. So the increase from the Board of Ed was,
It was 0.3 roughly.
see, I have 0.44 written. So I think if they had come in at the 1.3%,
That's
it
what we're
was
working at. Yes, yes,
so I have 0.44 written.
yes.
So if we're at 27.4 plus 0.8 plus 0.3 plus 0.44, that brings us to 28.94.
And then we've got the 552,000.
Well, then you take, we would need to take out the debt and the
Board of Ed.
Board of Ed from that 552.
Yeah.
You just lost me completely.
Yeah,
And then,
I'm with her. I'm with her. So what's
And-
that number, Christine?
So, no, that's not the number. All right.
and then you have to add in the 0.2 for the additional revenue shortfall.
So the addition just from the the general government operating and the capital is 121,775.
Which is 0.21.
Yes. So that's 29.15 plus 0.17 for the revenue shortfall.
It's 29.32.
Right, so I had, what was the number I gave? I told you guys 29.4, and that was with $34,176 going back into the undesignated fund. Because if you only do 29.3, you're still taking.
Christine, the 5 kids that, students that are budgeted in there, is that the 5 students that are prepaying? Because I know they said some come, we're not getting the revenue after the school year.
This was a specific number that we were given by the Board of Ed to represent in there based on contracts they have signed. You would have to ask Christine or Peter whether that represents, I think this represents the money that truly will come in this fiscal year.
Okay.
And then the following year, we would get the back payment from the other students.
Okay, all right.
But
Thank you.
this was the number they told us to put into the budget.
For revenue for us this budget season.
That is
Okay.
correct.
All right.
So, yeah, off of our launching point of 20, sorry, Mike, I cut you off.
I'm just like,
Yeah, I'm
Give me
going
the-
to say the same thing I'm going to say, right? So off of our launching point from 27.4 up to 29.4, it's a 7.3% increase in taxes based on the mill. Feels pretty high. Tell me if my arithmetic is wrong, though. It was pretty simple. 2 mills off the 27. Yeah, 2, and I get about a 7.3% increase. Based on, having to make up for monies we've spent in previous years and the new increases.
And the downside is that's not across the board because of the reevaluations, right? Oof.
No, that's right. If you already had a big increase in your reevaluation, it's quite a bit worse.
I just need the numbers again. 27.4 plus 0.8 plus what?
So it's-
0.96 is the 552,247.
Okay, so let's do it one more time. So from the beginning, 27.4, 0.8 for the undesignated. Then if you break down the individual portions of the budget, it's 0.3 for the redemption of debt, 0.44 for the Board of Ed, and 0.21 for the combination of general government and capital, because capital is a reduction, so you have to combine them to make it work. Then, because there's a shortfall in the revenue projection, that's another 0.17. So that brings you to 29.32 based on a 98.5% collection rate. And then we would have to round to 29.4 to not be taking money from the undesignated fund, which you would be doing. It would be small, but you would be doing that if you went with a 29.3.
Thank you.
So on that last page of the budget, if this was what was moving forward, you would be saying that $34,176 would be going back into the undesignated fund
Got it.
with all these numbers.
And like Dan Smith said, the long pole is the 0.8.
Yeah, so even if we only put half back in, we're still at 28.92. We're still,
Half of this increase is that undesignated fund payback. Give or take.
Yes, you've squared up your 440 from last year, and you're on paper putting another 34,000 back in.
Which was always on the horizon, right? We knew that when we did it.
Yep. And the thing is, if we did it over 2 years, I mean, is 29 going to be more palatable than 29.4? Maybe.
Maybe.
The only thing I think with that is because of the reevaluation, maybe it is more palatable.
I mean, yeah, like I wasn't here when you guys decided to not to use undesignated fund last, for COVID, but it's sort of the same thing. The reval, you're giving people 2 steps up instead of 1 to get used to adjust.
No, and
5.8%, 5.9% increase.
and if we didn't have the reval, it would be very difficult.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Dan Smith, you got your hand up?
Yeah, so this brings back to the whole point of, a bunch of little cuts equals a lot of money. We're down to this, how much we're gonna either pull out of the undesignated fund, how much we're gonna either pay back, we're gonna pay back the whole thing, or we're gonna have to revisit cuts. Because, we cut the first selectman's salary. We made some other cuts tonight. And we're still looking at a 2 mil increase. That is a pretty sobering thing. Those numbers hit. And honestly, I don't see that. If we're looking for it to pass the first time, you have a better chance of hitting the lottery. Because we're pretty much right back to where we were. I yield.
Ann Aiken?
I mean, when we first started talking about the reval and the fact that it was going up, everybody said that we weren't going to be looking at this as a big pot of money to use, and that we were going to do everything we could to not make this a huge increase on the taxpayers. And we're going to go right ahead and do that.
Well,
I yield.
The issue is between debt redemption and repatriating the unassigned. That in itself is 1.1. With no other increases.
Yeah.
Dan,
Knowing that, I mean, that's kind of where I was, in my mind, targeting the potential of a 28.5. With modest increases, so. Brett?
yeah, I don't know how we do that. Like I said, with the reval and like I said, those houses that I looked at in Cedar Ridge and Kingswood that have gone up 42%, you add this into it, I just don't know how that people are going to be able to manage it at all. And if that happens, then our collection rate's going to go down. So it's going to make it even worse. And do you know how it works? Because I know there are some people still going through the process, and I know some have to go to court. Some of the bigger ones are going through the
Over
court
$1 million.
Yeah, are going through the court process, and those revenues are pretty large. How do we manage that aspect of it when we're projecting it to be here, and then whatever happens in court or through this, it could knock it down $100,000 or more when the whole package of reevaluations that are going through.
Yeah, and talking to Daryl Del Grosso, I mean, we come through with pretty strong justification as to the actual assessment. So, I mean, I would not expect to see surprises there, Brett.
Okay, what about the family? What do we do for some of these people in Cedar Ridge and stuff that are getting these huge increases? Do we look at, if we put this forward, is it something that we look to the selectmen to to work on a plan for some of those big increases, but then that changes the budget to those revenues.
Yeah.
I just hate to put it through, and some people that aren't paying attention to their mail or anything else, it goes to the voters, it gets approved, and then people get their tax bill and they don't do the math or they don't understand it. I mean, I guess it's our job to help educate and get that out there at town meeting and hearing, but I worry for the people that don't pay attention. And this isn't just a cup of coffee a day. This is considerable for some of those people.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't try to lighten it, but I mean, the silver lining there is that they have a lot more equity in their home. You know, it doesn't make the tax bill go away, but.
Right, but their revenues haven't, I mean, their incomes haven't gone up like that. And yeah, it's great when they go to sell their home, but these people, a lot of these people aren't looking to sell. So I just worry about those people that aren't going to be able to absorb this kind of increase that got that mill rate increase. I mean, the re-eval increase.
Hey, Dan, could I make a point?
Sure.
You know, back when we approved the voters approved the school building project back in 2016, we had envisioned about a $3 million increase for that project, you know, around that, somewhere in that realm. That's what was told to the people. Since 2018 to now, in all of the budgets that we've had that my board has moved forward along with the Board of Ed, the people have only seen a $1.5 million increase. We told them that they'd see a $3 million increase just for the school. So I'm not saying that I advocate for wanting to see increases, but I think that we need to kind of put some perspective on this, that we have been incredibly savvy with managing these budgets, very, very fiscally, very, very strong fiscal restraint. Spending has not been a problem, contrary to what I think sometimes people like to say. I mean, clearly it's in the mill rate increases that people have seen. It's been very minimal. So I just want to make sure that the board understands that, like, the people back in 2016 voted in favor of a $3 million increase potentially for the school, and that has not come to fruition to date.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, last year, because of a lot of the circumstances we're talking about still, you know, we accommodated and pulled from the unassigned, you know, to help mitigate taxes.
Right, so we wouldn't see that $3 million increase, right? So we borrow our savings account. So I mean, we are seeing the increase. It's just we put it off for a year.
Yeah, Carolyn.
I just think that we should be doing what, I don't know, the private companies are doing right now. We're not adding employees. We're not adding pay increases. We're not buying things that we don't need. I mean, I just think that I don't think that this will pass. I just don't think it's palatable at all. I think there's a lot of people, I'll say it again, they're struggling right now. They don't have it. You know, I just don't see this passing, and I get all of the reasons why, you know, we want different things in the budget, but I think the reality is that we need to make some more cuts. And I'm sorry, I think that there's a lot of little things that add up to big things. And you know, I think people think I'm going in the weeds, but I think that's where the money is. And I'm sorry that, you know, it makes it difficult. I mean, you can send it forward to the people, but I don't think there's any way it's going to pass at all. And I think I'm pretty good at reading the public and where they stand and, you know, what they're going to accept or not accept. But again, I'm only one person. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Dan Smith, you're next.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Paul.
No, I was just going to run my mouth saying that I agree. It's probably twice what people can even come close to accepting. And if that's if it's 2 mills down to 1 mill, we're talking about, almost $600,000 we got to cut from these budgets, right? That's an incredible mountain to overcome. If we hope to, cut this down by half, it's going to be painful. We all know where it is. The monies are in salaries and benefits and all those things. That's where it is, and it's the most difficult place to go. Sorry,
Dan?
cut you off there.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's all right.
Go ahead.
Hey, so it's now 20 after 10. We have a situation, and it's pointing right towards that $600,000 that we have to go through. I don't like doing it. I said it last year. Undesignated fund is sacred cow. We shouldn't be rating it. I'll reiterate what Mike Anderson usually says. It is raining. It's pouring outside. I think it's actually raining outside right now. But I think we need to start looking at how we're going to. I think we could cut, and spend another couple of weeks and send it back and do more cuts. Well, I think we need to really start looking at how we're going to fill that hole. And Dan, what is your opinion on this? How are we financially going to come up with the $600,000 on this?
Yeah, you'd have to say, I mean, of that 600,000, a little more than half of that is contractual. So, I mean, in terms of Board of Ed, for instance, it would mean layoff of teachers.
Which I'm pretty sure everybody here is not looking for that. It's just, I think if we're looking forward to pushing this budget forward tonight, and after seeing a 2 mil increase, I don't think we as a board are ready to throw this to a hearing. You can poll the rest of them, but it's now going on 10:30, and there's a lot of work that I think we have to do, and I don't think we're going to enjoy it. I yield.
All right. Brett?
And what's the redemption of debt going down till next year? Aren't we seeing a decrease somewhere next year in one of these?
No, we have one more increase because we closed the last tranche of the school modernization project. So that's where that increase of debt is coming in.
Okay, so next year that won't.
There'll be no other increases, no.
So there's no way to bridge us because there's nothing, it's not gonna make a difference next year.
No, and to Mike's point, I mean, we came in on that project just a hair over a 2 mil increase, which includes that 178.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Ann, I'll go to you next.
If we put the situation before the Board of Ed and ask them if they would consider pay cuts, do you think they'd do it?
Because it's contractual, I don't think it would be pay cuts. They would have people being terminated, leaving.
You don't think they could volunteer to give back a part of their salary?
What would happen is we would go to arbitration and we would lose.
I'm not saying tell them, I'm saying ask them.
I think by asking, you're kind of telling. So I think that's where it would go. I mean, we can have that discussion, Ann, but I think that's kind of where it's gonna go.
All right.
Anybody else for the moment? Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted clarity on the redemption of debt. Is that a payment we're making every year, or does that point 3 mil go away next year. I feel like I've heard two different things in the meetings. So the 1.4 million that we're paying this year, is that our general payment every year?
Yeah, to close the last tranche for all the payments that we're making for debt outstanding, we're gonna have an additional 178,745 in this next fiscal year to pay.
Right, and that's the,
Sarah, if this helps, it's 1,067,765 for the school project and $315,184 for the Center for Emergency Services. We have a 20-year payment schedule for the CES, so we have, I think, 18 more years left to go on that, and then a 30-year on the school projects. Does that help a little bit?
so that's just, it's just upping our payment because of various loan contractual agreements. So once this year is the last increase,
Correct.
that payment will be that payment going forward. It's not like a one-time thing. Okay,
Correct.
gotcha.
Carolyn?
So maybe we should wait for guidance from the Treasury Department and see what the money can be used for and go from there. Just a suggestion. Hopefully with time, there would be something positive that we could use to our benefit.
We still have a little more time here before we have to go to a public hearing. But I think, you've got the picture of what it looks like, based on the concessions we made last year, which is a big part of it. Yes, Brett?
I was just going to respond to Carolyn. I do think knowing what some of that money can be used for could be helpful, but some of the stuff I was reading, and then I'd go through the Board of Ed budget to say, okay, they're getting this, what can they use it for? And there were some bonuses that they were giving instead of putting a salary into central office, I think, of 2%. So that wouldn't be year after year, but it was a bonus. And if you read the plan, something like that could be used for that. But then I did the math and I'm like, it's $4,000. So, which does help, but I think trying to come up with this kind of money, it's going to be, it's painful. But I do think, with the school, I have a hard time trying to look at that budget and cut more out of it just from a Board of Finance standpoint, because I'm worried about rebounding from COVID and our children. And I mean, that's the future of our town. If we don't invest in them, I mean, what do we have? So I don't know where we go. I don't have an answer, but I wanted to just say, when I looked at some of that CARES money and where it could go for in the school or things like that, that were in the budget, there wasn't much other than little thing. I mean, $4,000 isn't little, but in the overall scheme of things, it's tough. That's all.
Sarah? No, Mike, I think you were up first. I'm sorry. Then Sarah.
Couple of things. One, we're talking about see if I can put this back in now. So I have some power left. You guys are talking about 2 mil increases and what have you. We have right now the mill would go up, what, 0.2, or we're at 29.2 right now?
29 and a half.
29 and a half. All right, so people's taxes are going up. The mill rate is going down.
Correct.
And we have taken the money that we've gotten from people's asset, their main asset, increasing in value. And luckily for us as a town, we've done as well as we have and invested as we should have. And we've had these great increases and particularly for the townspeople that have, that probably got hit really hard in 2010 on their values, are now coming back to where they really should be. And I'm just talking about, this is a different perspective to look at it. All right, you have 0.3 of this increase is redemption of debt. We have nothing we can do about it. We all agree with that?
Yeah, that's all, and then that's been agreed by the public, quite frankly.
Forever. And to Mike's point, we've done a great job in making that. We could be at 30.5 right now if we didn't be fiscally responsible as a Board of Finance, Board of Selectmen, and the building committee for the last several years.
Mhm.
We have a 0.44 with the Board of Education, and we think we all went through the process with them and realized, 99.9% of that's contractual, and there's really nowhere to go with that. This general government and capital, we've already killed them on most things. The revenue shortfall ticks me off, but what are you going to do? Nothing you can do about that. I wish that was part of the discussion earlier. I would have got my head wrapped around it. Which takes us back to the 0.8. So we have two choices, everybody. Three choices, but I really think it's two choices. We give the townspeople a break for one more year and let them enjoy this decrease in mill rate even further to something that we think is palatable. Again, going back, it's not 28.5, it's going to be 28.6. But do I think that would pass? I think it would. Or the town's got to man up, and all that value that we've gained, we've got to pay the piper for last year. That's what we're down. What we're down to. My feeling is, I believe that at the end of this year, we're not going to have to use all that 0.8 that we used, that we put into the budget. And I really think next year we're going to have to look. We have 2 years with this money included in the budget, and if we're not using it, then obviously there's money the money in the budget that really shouldn't be there. And maybe with a new administration, they find other ways to cut out of the budget on the government side. We don't have that revenue shortfall next year, so that we're going to hopefully gain back that 0.17. So the hit to our undesignated fund in real dollars is not going to be as significant as 440. It might be, who knows what it is, but we don't think it's going to be that. And who's to say next year we don't have the same hit to the 440 again, and we're still in really good shape with our undesignated fund. So
Yeah,
if you want to pass a budget, and we have 0.74 that we can't do anything about, and a small increase on the government side, let's agree to use the undesignated fund again and not put that 0.8 in, and put this forward to a hearing.
Well, as we've talked once before, I mean, that's one option, and I don't think we waver too much from any policies that we put forward by considering that, doing it over a 2-year period. So, and I'm not sure that we're going to be able to settle on this tonight. We're going to say it's 10:35 right now. So, Brett and then Sarah.
Dan, I don't know if this helps or if it's something we can even do, but is there a way to look at our spending from now till the end of this fiscal year and see what we can do to curb? I know it's already budgeted and it's approved budget, but is there something that we can do to have all the departments look at everything and say, hey, where can we freeze some of the spending from now until July? And what are some of the things that we don't need that we thought we might have needed? So then we can try to maybe get a handle on what some of the givebacks could be and help us in next year going forward. I don't know if that's possible, but it might be something we could look at to do, some kind of spending freeze and look at what we really need. And then the second thing is there a way to go through our budget and find out what is everything that in there that's a one-time expense, and just, I hate to say it, but use the undesignated fund to do all those one-time expenses and be done with that and get that out of our budget.
Yeah, I think, as we were at this point last year, I think we were surprised by the give back that the general government was able to provide. Christine we've questioned her on it a couple of times, and, she's just reluctant to say, okay, this is what we can do. It's not that they can't come up with a hypothetical, but, how accurate is it going to be? We won't know until we get to the end of the fiscal year.
Right, but what if we try to make that like a point of the boards, commissions, departments, and say, look, we're in crisis mode for our budget going forward. What are our needs from now until the end of the year, and what can we not do that maybe we thought we budgeted well for, but we don't need to do it, or there's some extras that we didn't know, and put it as like a request to actually put into action where they really look at it and say, shoot, we can save that. I don't need to buy that this year, or something.
Yeah, I think it's hard for us to put that edict forward. I mean, it would be, the Board of Selectmen. And maybe they've got something they would add relative to that, but I think they have been thoughtfully executing their budget. And the Board of Ed side, which has got a larger budget, as you know, we put the non-lapsing account in place. So, give backs that they might have been able to provide are going into that account. So,
What about the one-time?
Up to a certain amount.
Yeah.
What about the one-time expenditures in the current proposed budget? Do we have a handle on what those might add up to?
No, we could go back through that, and I don't know if there's actually a lot, quite frankly, but.
Like that truck.
Huh?
Like that truck.
Like the truck,
you save, if you buy that truck out flat out, you save $5,000 and it comes off the books.
And it comes out of the undesignated fund, which we don't want to raid, but like if we all voted on those line items, maybe we should look at putting that into just a one-time expense. I mean, our undesignated fund is on the higher percentage, like I said, in the state. I'd hate to cut staff and needed services, but we're almost at the point where our hands are tied to a certain extent.
Dan Smith, you're next.
Sarah had her hand up first.
Okay, Sarah, I'm sorry, you're up.
It's okay. Yeah, I do agree with Mike Anderson's earlier comment, and Brett talked about the Board of Education budget. I mean, we really can't touch that, honestly. They're bringing in revenue now. That's only going to potentially, hopefully grow. So, we need to keep them stable. They need to have books in their library. Like, those things need to happen to be able to continue to evolve, that school of choice scenario. I also think that that is going to bring the most people to the town hearing in general, if we start cutting there. I do think $600,000, I don't know how we get there with $2,500 cuts at a time. I just don't see that happening. And I think Dan mentioned that. So I think I think we owe it to the town to put something forward. I really do. Like that, like I get that this is another long night. I'm tireder this week than I was last week when we did this, but it feels like all for nothing if we get to the end of the night and we haven't figured out what we need to do. And I just don't think a week's rest is going to magically help us find $600,000. So we either have to put it to the town as is and get the feedback, which I think could then help us figure out what to do next. At that point, if the feedback is pretty flat, then we have our answer. If the feedback is overwhelmingly horrified, then we talk about what we do with the undesignated fund or with that 0.8. But right now, I think we have to put something forward. I yield.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, Sarah. I mean, I think we've had a lot of deliberation relative to our situation. And again, I have to come back to the fact that we created a concession last year for all the reasons we're talking about this year. We knowingly did that, and that it would have to be answered. And the option is we do it all in 1 year or we do it in 2 years. I think it would be difficult for me to go along with the fact that we could do it over a 3-year period. It just gets out of control. So, but I agree with you. I mean, as it has been said in previous meetings, responsible budgets have been brought forward, and not only this year, but in previous years. And, I think in some ways, we have to be thankful for the investments we've made in our town that has led to the increase in the grand list. I mean, no question. I mean, if the grand list had only gone up by 1%, we would be even in a more difficult situation. So, I mean, I don't see us in a crisis situation. Please don't use that word. We're not there. It's just, how can we put the pieces together that make sense for the public? Why don't we go to Paul and then Ann?
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, I guess I know we did have responsible budgets by everybody that came to us. Amazing job, but I think we've come to a realization that even with all that good work, we're still not in crisis, but we're on its doorstep. And I'm not one that doesn't think that we shouldn't go back to the Board of Ed to ask for more in the way of reductions. I know it's awful, it's painful, but I think we've all come to this reality here tonight that we got to shave at least a mill increase off just to have the town even consider this. The town is not going to buy a 2 mill increase. I know I'm certainly not going to buy a 2 mill increase. The Board of Ed, unfortunately, is 3/4 of our total budget. I think we need to go back to that well again. I mean, I don't know what else we can do. Like Sarah was saying, $2,500 at a time is not going to cut it. We need, nearly $600,000. And as awful as it is to say, there's, as we all know in business, where you have to cut salaries is where those monies are. I mean, I'll say it out loud because we all know what it is. No one wants to say it, no one wants to do it, but that's where the bolus of those dollars are. So I don't think we're going to get there tonight, although I was hopeful until we saw these numbers as of late. It's just we need to go back to everybody and say, hey, this is the reality. We can't go to the townsfolk with a 2 mill increase. Please, please help us. And that's the reality of it. Thank you, Dan. That's all.
And kind of what is the consensus on the 0.8? Is there a level of consensus to consider a 2-year period? Ann, we haven't heard from you for a little bit.
Well, I think even if we do the 0.8 over a 2-year period, we're still looking at 1.5 mil worth of increases. And I for one, don't think that's going to fly. So I don't think just addressing the 0.8 is going to fix it. I think, like Paul said, we have to go back and ask for concessions. I don't think we have a choice.
Mike Anderson.
Sarah kind of brought up a good point for me in looking at the the Board of Education and what they're bringing to the town in real dollars right now. $57,000 added to our budget with no downside. And hopefully this, we're going to get the same amount of kids next year, and the same amount of kids the year after that, the same amount of kids the year after that. And then you're going to have whatever it is, $240,000 of revenue that wasn't there. So, we got to be careful about this Board of Education budget. I mean, there are very smart people on that board that have for years now been working to cut out any fluff. And I just think it's, you're risking losing the exact thing that's bringing us revenue almost on a guaranteed basis for the next forever. As long, while kids are coming from out of town. And, we're looking for ways to patch this hole. We made a promise last year to try to put this money back in, as fast as we could. But here, again, we're in a very bad situation. And, my proposal is, every time we have an increase in that revenue stream from kids, that money goes to patch that hole, and then it doesn't go to the taxpayers. It didn't come from the taxpayers at all, other than them approving the schools. So you got $57,000 to patch that hole this year. Something to that effect. Or, you use some of the revenues. The towns got to understand that their increase in property values is going to patch that hole that they got a break on last year. But for us as a board, to adhere to our promise, 57 grand that's the additional revenue goes to patch that hole this year. So it's not the full 0.8, it's 0.8 minus that 0.11 mil. I think that's a way that could be a compromise for us to do. Just a thought that, we could still keep moving forward and knocking down that hole that we have with additional revenues that don't come from the taxpayers of our town. I yield.
Mike Ricco, you've had your hand up. I'll have you come in, and then I'll go to Dan Smith.
I just want to reiterate, what I said earlier about and I want to just offer a suggestion. The fact is, general government, with, as I've said, kind of almost really negligible increases since at least I've been here for the last 4 years, or last 4 budgets, 1.5 mils where the school was supposed to be 3, and that includes the education side, and they did have increases. So we have managed things incredibly well. And besides the fact that we've not even levied only the 1.5 mils over those last 4 budgets, we've had considerable give backs every year as well. So there are, I'm very proud of the way that general government's managing things, and the board and my board especially. My suggestion would be that you do reconsider the, having that 440. And I would also think that you should consider, based on the fact that we may get the possibility of reimbursement, whether it's FEMA or other grant funding on 298 Norwich Wesley Road, if those funds are not budgeted, that you don't even put that in there. I think those are two big numbers that could help you put something a little more palatable for people to consider, and then see what you get at the hearing. I mean, those are the two things that come to mind from my perspective, but of course, obviously it's up to you guys.
Thank you, Mike. Sarah, and then we'll come to Dan.
I think Dan had his hand up before me.
All right, Dan, you're up.
So I think this is a plan forward. We're 9 minutes to 11. I think what we need to have is solid numbers. I know we've talked mills to no end. Some people were thinking we were at 27.3, 27.4. I think what we need to have is an updated budget to date with some numbers, and we all go through it one last time. And next meeting, we're going to have to make a decision on this, because we can keep on going round and round and round, and everybody keeps on going back to the 0.8. It's going to rear its ugly head, and it has reared its ugly head. And, Mike Anderson is correct. Sarah's correct. We can't go and, 99% of the Board of Education budget is pretty much spoken for. There's not much to cut there. The Board of Selectmen's budget, there might be some stuff there to cut. I'm repeating myself over and over again, but it's going on 11 o'clock tonight. I don't think we're going to come to a resolution tonight. I yield.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that thinking. I think that fresh minds are going to help us here. And 1 week could help. Sarah, you've got something?
Yeah, just from the perspective of why I'm here. I started joining the Board of Finance meetings when I, as a parent, when I heard about the cuts to the Board of Ed, and as did a number of other parents. I think if we honestly want to avoid a repeat of last year, and I stayed on for all the future meetings because it was fascinating. I think we need the town's input. I think we need to put it forward. Let's hear what they say, because that's going to be what happens regardless. So if we wait to put it forward, we have less time to rework things. If we cut things, we're going to be putting them back in and cutting another place. Like, why not? What's the downside of getting the feedback now, early, so that we have time to adjust as appropriate?
And that's the purpose of the public hearing, to put it out there, have a bit of a dialogue with the taxpayers, so that they come to a level of understanding, but also that, they're going to say, gee, this is what we think. And if there's enough consensus there, unfortunately, our town meetings probably bring together 60 to 70 people. And, maybe Zoom helps us bring more in. But we're usually dealing with the voice of 60 to 70 people until we get to the referendum. That's a different story. Brett?
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with you, Dan, actually. Sarah, I understand your point about bringing it to a town hearing and getting feedback, but Dan's right. The attendance isn't great at those. a lot of the times it's the same people that speak up, and it's a fraction of who will end up voting on it. So I think we got to do our best to try to get it to not where we can say, hey, I'll vote for that budget personally, but as a general consensus of, hey, this might be palatable, and then get feedback. I think if we go in way too high, you might get all the parents that call that day because they're like, we got to call. And then they all call and we get this positive feedback and we're like, yeah, this is great. And then we send it to a town hearing and it tanks because all some of the other people that this affects more don't get to those meetings and don't call in and voice their concerns. And then it goes down. I think I like Dan Smith's idea about getting another copy, seeing what we can see, and then doing it when we have fresh eyes, fresh numbers. And I understand Mike's point about we didn't hit the mill increases like we thought for the school project, but let's not forget, we also went from 20-year payout on that lease or financing to 30 years. And that was switched in this process. So I don't agree with, it's not affecting us, it's affecting us for a longer period of time. And the knocking down the middle school or the old middle school finances is part of the problem why we're here today with some of these issues. So I think repeating that would be bad, but I would love, I'm tired. It looks like everybody's tired here. I would love a chance to look at it fresh and see the new numbers as we are and make sure we're on the same page. And whether that means a special meeting sooner than later, I don't know, because you want to stay on schedule, but I think I don't know if we're going to get any kind of more answers tonight out of this.
Yeah, I think we're a little bit at a conundrum. And Brett, the 20-year versus the 30-year on the school project, it was always put out as a 30-year. There was no switch there. So
I disagree with you on that, but
well, you can go to the minutes. It was very intimate with all of that. No, I'm sorry, Brett. I think we're kind of at a stalemate where we all have to kind of think about it a little bit, and re-looking at the budget one more time isn't going to hurt. And we usually have a week, if not more than that, to come up with an assessment, and maybe there's a fresh idea that is generated. With that being said, we're at 11 o'clock. If there's public that would like to make comment because they've hung in there, I think I'd like to move to that and then call it a night.
I have hands from Joe Gross and from Brian. So Joe, your hand was up first, so unmute yourself and go ahead.
And Nita.
Your hand's not up, Nita, so I did not know that you have comment.
Uh-huh.
So Joe, go ahead.
You're up. Why don't we move on to Brian Rathman until Joe finds where he's going to be.
Okay, Brian, go ahead and unmute.
Yeah, I heard a lot of good dialogue tonight, and I hope the board doesn't think they wasted their time, because they didn't. You got a lot of good ideas. I think Ann hit one on the head there where there's no reason you couldn't ask the Board of Education to ask the unions if they would reopen their contracts. That's perfectly permissible. And I like Dan's idea of getting the budget, because there's been so many changes and deletes and this and that, to see exactly where it is and go through it again. Because I've gone through it, and I believe there are still some things that got to be cut. And like everybody's saying, nobody wants to make big cuts, but we all had to make personal cuts in our own personal budgets. So, and we're all in this together. So I wouldn't feel bad, doing Ian's suggestion and Dan's suggestion. And I think you're all doing a great job. And appreciate the time you're putting in. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Is Joe available now? Joe Gross, are you available?
Now, Mike Ergo, you have your hand up. Do you have public comment or is that a holdover from before?
That is a holdover from before, but I would like to thank everybody for your hard work tonight and have a great evening.
Mike, thank you. Nita, I think you wanted to be recognized. Is that true? Nita Kincaid?
Thank you, yes. If you don't have the timeline with you, I could mention to you that next week was on this schedule as available to discuss this and to complete the budget if needed. And so I think you've already got enough time, but that's about it after that.
Yeah. Well, I realize that. So we got one more meeting. I think I said that earlier. We could go to special meetings if we need to, but I think everybody's got a kind of a hard look at where we're at now and you know, what, if anything, could be done to amend our current status. We hope we can bring that forward next week and be deliberate and make some decisions. And not to be fearful to bring it forward to the public either. I mean, that's, if we feel positive about what we're doing and responsible, bring it to the public and we'll get their input. That's part of this whole process. You know, we, as we operate, our legislative body really is the public. So, okay. You want to try Joe Gross one more time?
Yeah. Joe's put his hand up, put his hand down, put his hand up. So I know he's awake. So Joe, can you unmute yourself?
He's sleeping.
He's not. He clicked the button and unclicked the button and clicked the button. He's up.
And if you remember what Joe said in the beginning, he wanted it to be a short meeting.
That's right.
True.
Did anybody really think this was gonna be a short meeting?
No.
No. I'm going to move for adjournment. I want to thank everybody. It's not an easy process, and I think we do it in a very conscious way to do the best we can, and yet let everyone's voice be heard. And I try very hard to let that happen. And I know sometimes it rolls a little bit, but I think it helps for everyone to feel like I said something, and hopefully critical input brings us to good decisions. So
Joe went back and forth. He went on, off, on, off.
Yeah, he keeps hitting the hand raise and lower the hand and raise the hand, but not so much with the unmute.
Right. I wouldn't, Joe, if you can hear me, I don't do this out of disrespect, but it's 11:03 and we're moving to adjourn. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And boy,
Money.
got it.
A second, a third, a fourth.
I thought she was going to jump through the screen. I would call it 6:00 at 11:04. Truly, I appreciate everyone hanging in there, everyone being in attendance, and let's collaborate, work together as a team, and come up with solutions that we are comfortable moving forward to a public hearing.
Yeah, if we can get like that budget sooner than later, we can make.
I think Christine heard that. Christine, you're willing to do that? Yes.
Yeah, I just want to point out, we only changed 4 line items tonight.
Yep.
So I will
Every
get
little
to you
one
as
helps.
soon as possible, but there's only 4 changes, so.
Here's my question. Did we change anything for 298 Norwich Wesley Road?
Yes.
We
you
went from
increased
50 to 100.
Okay.
Thanks for bringing us through it, Mr. Chairman. Talk to you next week.
Thank you, everybody, truly. I hope you have a good evening, short as it may be, and tomorrow, it's supposed to be a nice warm day, continue our spring weather. So the best, and we'll see each other next week.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Hey, Joe Gross.
Good night.